Brandon Young, that's the guy I can't tell.
That's the last
guy.
I'm not taking him out. Anything, I wouldn't think.
No, I wouldn't. Let's do a little NFL talk here. Baker Mayfield spoke about his contract status late last week, revealed that negotiations are ongoing between him and the Bucs, but the quote from him, not anywhere close to what we're thinking. Goes on to say that they know my deadline. As soon as training camp starts, we're not doing the contract stuff. It's all ball at that point. It's not up to me when that gets done. If not, we're still going to have a good year. So he's not shy on confidence as usual, but I guess nothing really unique about what he's saying here. He's not the first player to be in a contract negotiation with his team and to use his chance to speak publicly as a leveraging point, but a pretty commonplace, pretty common strategy, I guess, to hold off, say we're not going to talk when the season starts. You want to impose your own deadline to try to accelerate the negotiations a little bit. But buy or sell, Bob, the two sides will, in fact, be able to get something done by Mayfield's training camp deadline.
Let's see. By then, I will soft buy, but you can never make any absolutes. I don't want to straddle the fence, Nolan McGraw. I'll soft buy it. Baker Mayfield, as you said, he got a lot of swag to him. Like Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen entering his 9th season in the league already, which is kind of mind-boggling given the passage of time. But since Tom Brady retired, he stepped in nicely, kept them relevant. They had a disappointing year last year. And by the way, Mike Evans is gone too, which is another thing to keep an eye on. But I think Baker Mayfield will get a deal done with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and it'll be ELE. Everybody love everybody.
Back to baseball, where the lack of true contenders continues to be an ongoing trend in Major League Baseball this year. Don't know how long we're going to have to wait for people to start separating themselves, but what I can say right now is when you look at the current playoff picture, if the season were to end today, 6 of the 12 teams in the field would be teams who were on the outside looking in last October. Rays, White Sox, Rangers in the AL, Braves, Cardinals, Diamondbacks in the NL. You get a mix of expected bounce backs in there, like the Braves, who were underwhelming last year, so no surprise to see them competing. But others, way more on the shocking side of things. White Sox stand out for sure in that category. Buy or sell, Bob, at least half of this October's playoff field will be made up of teams who were not in it a year ago.
Well, I'll sell it. If the Orioles are one of those teams, I don't even care who else makes the postseason. Atlanta's a lock. They have the best record in baseball. Arizona's a year removed from being like contendery. I mean, they were in the World Series back in 23. I'll buy Tampa being in. Are we really all in on the White Sox, though? And Texas missed the playoffs last year, too? Oh, no. When am I going to have to change my mind? I'll buy it.
Well, by the end of the week, all those teams I just mentioned could be out of it,
Yeah, I mean, and the Cardinals are actually surprisingly good because they've been kind of blowing up mode for a couple of years. Yeah, I'll buy that because I think Atlanta's in, Tampa's in, Texas, we'll see. They got to get Seager back and doing his thing. Yeah, I'll buy it. What the hell?
You can talk yourself into anything on Vinny and Haynie.
Yes, you can.
I do have good news for the listeners. Giveaways continue, and they continue all week long for that matter. Stay tuned for what's coming up tomorrow because it's a big day. But right now, 2 tickets to see the Black Crowes coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion a little bit later this month, June 16th to be exact. Tickets on sale, courtesy of Live Nation. Don't have to buy them if you win them. And you could be our winner for today if you're caller number 5, 410-583-1057. Again, our only giveaway today is the pair of tickets to see the Black Crowes. We'll give away a pair of those tickets every other day this week. Plus, like I said, big day tomorrow, tickets to see Dave Chappelle coming to CFG Bank Arena this Friday. So big day tomorrow. Make sure you are locked in to Vinny and Haynie.
Yeah, we got your remedy for those Black Crowes tickets. So give us a call, as Nolan said. When we come back, talk more Ravens. Kevin Ostreicher, USA Today Ravens Wire. Get his thoughts on the depth or lack thereof at certain spots. Talk about the Orioles after that as we head into NFL lunch at 1 o'clock. Got the American League East report at 1:15. But the Birds have lost 3 in a row. That's 6 times they've had a 3-game or more losing streak. And they have a negative run differential. That's a bad team, or less than mediocre. Just look at the record.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
I'm John Morgan. There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Reason number 3. First, all lawyers are not the same. If my family had an injury case and I couldn't hire us, there are only about 3 to 4% of the lawyers out there that I would hire. And here's why. Most of them rarely, if ever, go to trial. They just take the last best offer. Hell, you can do that yourself. Do this. If you're looking for a lawyer, Google Morgan & Morgan results and see what comes up. It may shock you. Then Google the firm you're thinking of hiring and do the same. That may shock you as well. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. We won a lot. $30 billion and counting. Morgan & Morgan. Or thepeople.com. Who would I hire? I'd hire us. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. If you're planning your next big home upgrade, Town Appliance is the only place you need to go. They carry top brands like Bosch and more, whether you're upgrading your kitchen with a new refrigerator, range, or dishwasher, and adding a beverage center and air conditioner to stay cool. They have it all with flexible financing. Their showroom right off of Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. And Mare, they really know their stuff, so visit the showroom. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
For 80 years, people have gone to Lincoln Tech to get serious about their future. If you're ready to learn by doing, develop real skills, and plan for a rewarding career, Lincoln's Columbia campus has your back in training that means business. Classes start this month in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting. Lincoln Tech, your place, your time, your future. Visit lincolntech.edu to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Prior to last night's game, the Orioles placed Chris Bassett on the IL and called Trey Gibson back up to make his 4th appearance of the season. Once again, the rookie showed a lot of promise, working his way through 4 clean innings, but then some trouble arrived in the 5th. He put 2 on with 1 out and proceeded to let 1 run come home on a sac fly. His pitch count was only sitting at 68 to this point, but Craig Albernaz made the decision to pull him in favor of Anthony Nunez, who went on to load the bases and then give up a grand slam to Josh Naylor.
Gibson was falling behind guys inning before. He fell behind every single hitter he faced. He was giving up some loud contact as well. They tied the game up, and it kept going and got to Julio. I decided that we needed to stop the game there to give ourselves a chance.
There's Albernaz explaining his thought process behind removing Gibson. Trevor Rogers is next in line to start for Baltimore. He'll go tonight while Seattle sends out Logan Gilbert. First pitch at 6:35. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could save big on new windows. Plus, you could get no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps peaking around 80. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 1057 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Town Appliance. Your next home upgrade starts at Town Appliance.
Vinny and Haynie, 1057 The Fan. Turn it up Tuesday. You want to allow, we'll play it for you. Send your song request, Plot Sport text, sign up for 10583 1057. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Ravens out at mandatory mini camp. Starts in about 10 minutes or so. Later on today, Calais Campbell, Roquan Smith, along with head coach Jesse Minter, going to speak to the media tomorrow. Lamar Jackson, Kyle Hamilton, and Tyler Loop will talk to the masses. And here to talk about the start of mandatory minicamp. Only 2 days, then it's a long break before training camp 26 begins. From USA Today, hits the Ravens wires on the Window Nation guest hotline. Joins us every Tuesday. He is Kevin Allstriker. Kevin, good afternoon. How you feeling?
Feeling good, yeah. Minicamp, we're just checking off those boxes. My favorite phrase, checking off the boxes until we get to the regular season. So I'm excited to see how everything pans out. And then you're right, the long break till training camp starts up, and then we're really in it once that starts.
Let's talk about Tyler Loop, who we'll talk tomorrow. And the last time we saw the Looper, he was missing a field goal that lopped the Ravens out of the playoffs as they lost to the Steelers. On a whole, his rookie season, 30 of 34, 88.2%, made 44 of his 46 extra points, was 1 for 4 from beyond 50 for a guy with a big leg. Probably not what you wanted to see, but never really, Kevin, was put in a position like we saw against the Steelers. Hit a couple like within a 2 minute, he tied it with 2 minutes left, which is great and all that good stuff, but was only asked to make a game-winning field goal once, and he missed it. How do we feel about Tyler Loop heading into year 2? Is he a guy that's going to be met with skepticism until he starts making these field goals like Justin Tucker did his rookie season?
Yeah, I think it's about experience. And, for some kickers, they do have it right out of the gate, and they're able to make those kicks. Others have to work up to it. And, for Tyler, like you mentioned, that was his first big kick in that in a situation like that. And, didn't end up going the way that he wanted it to, obviously. But, I would hate if that moment defined his career and he didn't have a chance to, put it all together here. And look, he's a very talented kicker, I feel like. You mentioned the big leg, and I think with a year under his belt and kind of some of the offseason to wash away what happened, I am excited for him. I think that, the big thing with Tyler last year was the kickoffs. I think there were too many times where, he would kick the ball out of bounds or misplace it, and, the opposing team, especially sometimes in big situations, would get the ball right at the 40. But, other than that, I do think he had a pretty solid rookie season overall, but this is, of course, a what have you done for me lately league, and like you mentioned, what we saw the last moment of him was missing that kick. So there's going to be skepticism, I'm sure, on those big moment kicks until we see him in more of those situations. And, that just is what it is. But I do have confidence in him and that special teams group that they'll be able to execute in those situations this year.
Is it because of his draft status too, Kevin, that he's going to be the kicker, or would it be fair to all parties involved that Baltimore brings in some true competition for that spot, just not hand it to him on a silver platter?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind another kicker coming in, but I do think that they have a lot of confidence in Tyler Loop. I think if they were to bring somebody in, it would more so just be a camp body. I don't really feel like they wanted to go in any other different direction there. And, part of that could be his draft status for sure. I mean, he was the first kicker the Ravens have drafted. So, I mean, that I'm sure carries some level of weight. But if they didn't have confidence in him, I don't think they would keep him. So I think that it's his rookie year. Yes, it's a big kick. Yes, he missed it. Yes, it's not good. But at the same time, I think we saw a lot from Tyra last year where he's just like, all right, like you can see it with him. And I think that in year two, the confidence level that hopefully he should have coming off of that, having a year under his belt will be really big. So I feel like they would have brought in a veteran already if they wanted to have that competition. I think they're just going to roll with Tyra this year.
All right, Kevin, let's talk about the wide receivers. We know Zay Flower, proven Pro Bowler. Number one receiver, at least on the Ravens, and he's going to get himself a big old fat payday, and rightfully so. Bateman, okay, we can get into his career, how star-crossed it has been, but he's the number two. Then you have Tez Walker, then you have the rookies and others. So as we sit here on June the 9th, Kevin Ostreicher, USA Today, the Ravens Wire, your comfortability and confidence level with the wide receiver room is what right now?
I really like this group on a scale of 1 to 10. If I had to give a confidence level, I would probably go with a 7. I'm not going to sit here and say there's no risk because there certainly is. I mean, your veteran in the room is Rashad Bateman right now, and obviously Zay is also taking on a leadership role. I feel like they have committed to this, though. This is the youth movement in Baltimore in terms of not even just wide receiver, but tight end as well with the two rookies they drafted there. But at wide receiver, we know who Zay is. He's the number one wide receiver, 3-level guy. But outside of that, there are plenty of questions. And I am a big Rashad Bateman guy. I like Rashad Bateman a lot. But there are a lot of questions about can he bounce back after the 2025 that he had. I think this is a make or break year for Bateman in terms of if he can't get it together and going in this year one of this offense. I really don't see a reason to keep him around next year unless you're going to make him the fourth wide receiver and have other guys step up over him. But again, like $12 million, or at least around that, is a lot to pay a number 4 guy. But then again, like Tez Walker, really like Tez Walker, but can he put it together over a full season? Obviously, rookies are rookies, and while some guys step up and immediately make an impact, we still have to see it. So again, I like the room. I think that there's a lot of potential in it, but that word can sometimes get you in trouble, the word potential. And I do think that if I were the Ravens and we travel back in time to before the draft, I would have signed a vet and taken one of those rookie wide receivers. Not that I don't like both those guys, I do. But there are question marks that lead to risk that could definitely pay off. It's, I think, high risk, high reward, or maybe medium risk, high reward in that room. So we'll just have to see how it plays out.
And you mentioned Tez Walker, who makes his catches count. What does he have, 7 or 8 for his career, and 4 of them are touchdowns? What does he have to do, Kevin, to get more run and maybe be comfortably entrenched as that third receiver? Because he fits all the physical attributes that you want from a wide receiver.
Right. I mean, obviously, I think it starts in practice, and then from there, just being able to say that, yeah, he's established some chemistry over the course of his first couple of years in the league. And, I think just be that deep threat pass catcher that can go up, get a contested ball, and, maybe work a little bit more routes into his game over the course of this season. But there's really not a lot of competition. I wouldn't say that, Jacoby Lane or Elijah Surratt is in any, fast track to beat him out for that wide receiver 3 spot. I think it'd be more likely that Tez would move up to 2 over Bateman than it is that Lane or Surratt would move up to 3 right now. Now, if they bring in a vet, obviously that's a different conversation, but I feel like this with the group, and I think Tez is probably at the forefront of the Ravens' minds if this is their mindset, is, we've had a lot of receivers come through Baltimore here that didn't necessarily get a full opportunity because there were vets ahead of them that they signed, and there are a lot of names, just throwing out a couple, like, Tyler Wallace maybe, or James Prochet, like some of those guys that we saw flashes, but there were vets that they signed that were like, all right, we got to play these guys. We paid these guys. We promised them a role, I guess. So that's what they did. I think what Baltimore wants to see here is like, look, we're going to go in and we're going to say, hey, Tez, you're going to have this opportunity. We're not going to bring in a guy to challenge you. We believe in you like that. And we're going to hope that you can take that opportunity. And I think that he will. We've seen the flashes. Again, he has to put it together over the course of a full season. I'm not coming on here and saying Tez Walker, next great NFL wide receiver, but he has the potential to be. The thing is, you just have to take the opportunity and run with it. There are real snaps and real targets up for grabs here because outside of Zay Flowers, like I mentioned, a lot of question marks, a lot of roles up for grabs. And I would not be shocked, and this is nothing about Bateman, it's more about Tez, that if at the end of the season we're talking about Tez being this team's wide receiver too.
Kevin Oestreicher, USA Today, Ravens Wire. Last thing for you, Kevin, as you look into your crystal ball, is the Ravens starting center in Owings Mills today, or is he at another camp somewhere as we sit on June the 9th?
I've been going so back and forth on this. I'm going to say that he's on the roster. I think that they really like the guys that they have, and they want to see the guys that they have and what they can bring to the table. And if they trade for a guy and it's in like August, when teams like, yeah, okay, we don't want this guy anymore. After they see, I think that just might be too late. So I think that one of Pinter, Glenn, Bullock, or even Nick Dawkins, although I think is a UDFA, that's a little bit of a stretch, one of those guys will be the center this year.
Kevin Oestreicher, what's happening at the Ravens Wire today?
Yeah, it's diving into everything with minicamp and hoping that we can get some good notes from practice, some guys doing some good things, and giving us even more optimism for the start of the season.
Kevin Oestreicher, always appreciate the time. Enjoy the rest of your Turn It Up Tuesday. We'll talk to you next week.
Absolutely. Thanks so much. Have a good one.
You got it. Here's Kevin Oestreicher. Everyone, we'll come back. Take your phone calls, 410-583-1057. Circle back to the Orioles who lose last night, 6-3. They've lost 3 in a row, 2 out of the wild card, 5 games below 500, though. They keep falling further and further behind the 500 mark, which they haven't been at in 2 months. So how could they get it turned around, taking on a Seattle team that right now is playing very well, and they're in first place in their division?
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
The O's dropped the 3rd straight game last night. We'll recap the loss and look ahead to what Trevor Rogers could do tonight. Also, if the Ravens don't bring in a veteran wide receiver, who will win the number 3 spot? We'll tell you.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Carolina Hurricanes coach Rod Brindamore has yet to name a starting goalie for Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Finals tonight in Vegas. I don't think there's any decision for Brindamore. He has to go to back up Brandon Bussey. Starter Freddie Anderson has been brutal thus far in the series. Bussey came in Game 3 and played well. They lost on a weird deflection in the second overtime. If Carolina wants to tie the series, they'll go to Bussey. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So Ryan and I came to the decision to get life insurance when I was pregnant with our first son. He really wanted us to be taken care of if something happened to him. He provided for our family in life and also after his death. I think that would make him proud. Ethos makes it fast and easy to get life insurance. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's baseball season. You know what that means. Time to step up to the plate. This year, don't just watch the action, be part of it. Swing by Lions Den, where the lineup is always stacked and the nights go into extra innings. From playful to powerful, you find everything you need to knock it out of the park. So what are you looking to just warm up or go all 9 innings? Lions Den is your home field advantage. Visit LionsDen.com and check out one of our Baltimore locations. Seriously, get in there. Lions Den, win the night.
Yep, he's planning another project. So, this Father's Day at Lowe's, tap into free gifts for Dad. Get a free Select Craftsman power tool when you buy a Craftsman B20 charger with 2 amp-hour and 4 amp-hour batteries. Plus, get a free DeWalt power tool when you buy a Select 20-volt Max XR 4 amp-hour battery kit. Dad knows our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/14 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a hospitality manager at a 5-star hotel.
So I just checked into room 318, but someone was in there.
Room 318. Oh, you were supposed to be booked in 813, which is now booked.
So what do we do?
How about rock, paper, scissors for who gets the bed?
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
So Ryan and I came to the decision to get life insurance when I was pregnant with our first son. He really wanted us to be taken care of if something happened to him. He provided for our family in life and also after his death. I think that would make him proud. Ethos makes it fast and easy to get life insurance. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Turn it up Tuesday. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. One more hour to go. You want it loud? We'll play it for you. Send your song request plus for text line. 410-583-1057. NFL lunch coming up in a few minutes. American League East report at 1:15. Jared Dubin, CBSSports.com. We'll pick the teams that are come out of nowhere. Maybe bounce back like the Ravens or the Lions or the Vikings. Teams that had disappointing seasons in 25. The Bengals, for that matter. And look to get to the postseason here in 2026. The Orioles, well, they need some work to do. Get to the postseason this season as they've struggled below 500 for quite some time. And they lost again last night, third straight loss after a glorious stretch there. They won 9 of 13. Couldn't get the hits with runners in scoring position, base running gaffes. I mean, Jackson Holiday, couldn't field the ball in the ninth that led to it, or eighth inning that led to a tackle and run. Just those sorts of things that befall sub-500 ball clubs. What do you think? 410-583-1057 takes us to Joe in Woodbury. Joe, what's up?
Well, what I think is that's what makes them a sub-500 ball team for those things they do. And as I'm sitting here listening to Bob, I know you digress every now and then, but that's just a testimony. That's all it is. It's just a testimony, Bob. So don't feel bad about digressing because you're just telling, how you feel. But that the play of the defense, bases loaded, no outs, can't get but one run or no runs. I picked them not to win over 5 in a row and I took the under. But I'm thinking on the over for how many times they've lost only 3 in a row. I think they're going to surpass that in this series with Seattle, Bob. I just got that feeling because the balloon is about to burst, in my opinion. So I'm looking for 5 in a row losses before they win 5 in a row.
Well, that's not going to be good. And their season high losing streak, Joe, is 5. But they've lost 3 in a row 6 times at least, and they've only won 3 in a row, which has been their longest winning streak 4 times.
The longest winning streak was 4. Remember, they just had that 4, and I was hoping for 5. But their longest winning streak, their last winning streak was 4 in a row.
You sure about that?
Well, yes, I'm positive. I'm sure, and
let's see. Longest winning streak, and I'm going back through the standings. 3. They won 6 out of 7. They have not won 4 in a row all season long.
I think I've had to look into that.
Well, I'm wrong a lot. But I'm staring at the schedule right now. They have not had a 4-game winning streak this year. They won 4 out of 5, 6 out of 7. They have not won 4 consecutive games all year.
Oh, wow. So maybe it's my error.
Well, that's why they're 5 games below 500 too, Joe, which is the bigger concern because they can't win 4 in a row.
Yeah. Now, on the other hand, the center. Remember, we always talk about what the center is on the line of the offense.
Yeah.
I don't think he's on the team. I think he's going to be somebody that's going to walk on. I'm serious. I mean, you know how they have a walk on somebody because he's not on the squad. Other than that, we wouldn't be still talking about they need a center.
Yeah, and we don't really know who the guy will be who emerges as the favorite until they start cracking heads with the pads on here. And that's not going to be for another 6 weeks. I would think that they have someone that they view as the favorite to be the starting center. Ledford, the new O-line coach, had the kid Vaughn when they were in Atlanta together. Pinter's the only one that's got starts. Yeah, for feel-good, warm and fuzzies, like to see Corey Bullock be the guy because he went to the University of Maryland. But, I'm with you. I think the starting center is someone that doesn't have a Ravens hat yet.
Like you said, after this mandatory minicamp and that 6 weeks layoff, they got a lot of time to look around. Hey, they might even get somebody out of the UFL.
You never know. You got to do what you got to do. Improvise and adapt for sure.
I got me some of that Alabama white barbecue sauce.
Told you. No.
And, yes.
Did you do the fried ribs? Pork fried ribs?
Yeah. Don't worry. One day I'll have some sent to you by Uber or something.
All right. Thanks. There's Joe Woodbury. Because I was talking to the audience a couple weeks ago. I was watching a cooking show, which I am prone to do when I'm laying in bed, about to fall asleep. And I just saw this thing. Well, it was actually the Cooking Channel, Food Network, about the pork fried ribs at this place called Fox Brothers in Atlanta and the white barbecue sauce. And they look delightful and delicious. Matter of fact, that's what I'm asking my wife to make me for Father's Day. So I'm going to go for it, Nolan. Anything fried, I'm in. You can fry a tennis shoe and you put some barbecue sauce in it. I think I'm going to take a couple of bites of that thing.
This is news to me. White barbecue sauce. I just looked this up. I never heard of that. This is groundbreaking information.
Yes. And you just slather it all over the fried ribs.
All right, it's mayo based. For those listening who are curious where the white comes from, that's richness, a generous amount of vinegar and citrus, while spices like horseradish, garlic, and cayenne provide a signature spicy kick.
Joe gave it a thumbs down.
I'm sold.
Yeah, I'm in. We're going to try it together. Well, maybe not, but we're going to try it sooner or later. Let's go to Cliff in White Marsh. Cliffy, what's up?
It doesn't exist, white barbecue sauce, as far as I'm concerned. And if it does, I'll never try it. But anyway.
Broaden your horizon. Well, I've never tried it either because it might suck for all we know. But
I'm 70 years old. I'm not broadening anything.
They look good on TV.
But anyway, I've been away a week down Assateague doing some fishing, but I did get a chance to watch Saturday's Oriole game. And Radish, I love him when he's on. He's unbelievable, but he's fast turning into a guy that has a blip of an inning that costs him a game. I mean, he's better than this. I mean, he's just not bearing down for all 6 or 7 innings that he's out there. That was disheartening for the Orioles not to come up with one of the last 2 games in the Toronto series, with arguably their 2 best pitchers. And, Bob, I'm not going to rag on Toronto, but I think Toronto sucks. Their pitching's mediocre at best, starting pitching. Guerrero's having a terrible time.
Yeah, he's on pace to hit 7 home runs this year.
Bob, they're just they're not a good baseball team. And hence why the Orioles are still in the wild card situation. Everybody around them is just, you can play whack-a-mole with these guys as to who could possibly show up and do something good and throw the Orioles in there. But I'm just disgusted with Bradish. And
I'd pump through, in all fairness, Cliffy, and you're certainly entitled to your opinion. You've been watching baseball longer than me. But Bradish is coming off of May, in which his earned run average, he cut a run and a half. He had a 280 earned run average in the month. And he just had a rough outing against Toronto Saturday. And his first bad start in, at least a month, maybe longer than that. So I'm not going to give him the business over one questionable outing. I'm more concerned about what Trevor Rogers is going to bring to the equation tonight in a game where, he's our opening day starter. He was a Cy Young vote getter last year. That kind of throws you into the stopper category. They need him to be a stopper tonight because they have to stop the bleeding. Because another 4-game losing streak is going to be kind of unacceptable, if you know what I mean.
Even a guy that's taking up space in our bullpen, Wells. I've never been big on him. I know I can trash him now that he's failing, but he's always been prone to the long ball and some walks, and he's just not pitching well. And, the bullpen's somewhat in the shambles, but until they hit 500, I can't take them seriously. I'm going to watch them every night or day, but sure. I just can't take a team like that serious.
Cliff, I'm with you. Get to 500, then we can start talking about the postseason in real terms, because I still firmly believe, and I'm not going out on a limb here, that every team that makes the playoffs of baseball will be above 500 once we get into the end of September, early October. We'll come back, shift gears, NFL lunch. Stick around for that. American League East report, talk more about the Orioles, Mariners, and look at the standings and tonight's schedule. And Trey Mancini made a triumphant return to Major League Baseball last night. And if you root against Trey Mancini, you don't have a soul.
This is BJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
Jeremy Kahn here to tell you this summer, treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition. That is the legendary Costas Inn. And this summer you can enjoy hot steamed crabs for carryout or right in the comfort of their dining room. And it's at the original location on North Point Boulevard. And when you do, make sure you tell them Jeremy Kahn sent you.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With top artists like Olivia Dean, 5 Seconds of Summer, Benson Boone, Casey Musgraves, Shakira, and Tame Impala. CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This Fan Flash is brought to you by Vinny Steele, your home sold guarantee. Call Vinny at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
One swing made the difference in last night's series opener between the Orioles and Mariners. Josh Naylor went deep off Anthony Nunez with the bases loaded in the 5th inning to give Seattle a 5-1 advantage at the time, and they would go on to win 6-3. After getting off to a surprisingly strong start, Nunez has now started to unravel in the past month plus. He holds a 7.94 ERA since the start of May with 17 hits and 9 walks allowed in 17 innings pitched.
He walks the first hitter, yes, gives up the big blow. But then after that, like he just showed who he's capable of, and that's the roller coaster we have to ride with young pitchers. He can close games, he can go multiple innings, it's just the inconsistency of throwing strikes and getting ahead.
There's Albernaz on his rookie reliever. The series continues this evening when Trevor Rogers opposes Logan Gilbert. Our pregame coverage will get rolling at 5:30 when we broadcast Baltimore baseball tonight live from Pickles Pub. First pitch at 6:35. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps peaking around 80. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
An insider's look at the National Football League.
That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Time for NFL lunch.
Cook you a turducken. There it is. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Time feed us some football, NFL lunch style. It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's out at one winning drive with the Ravens. Mandatory minicamp underway as we speak. And Jeff Zrebeck, Jonas Schaefer, Vinny taking attendance out there. So Nolan, get your thoughts on this one. No Zay Flowers, who's been at the OTAs. No Rashad Bateman. Yet again. Now, keep in mind, folks, this is mandatory minicamp. I don't know if these are excused absences. We're just based on attendance by people who were there. We're here. We're on Clarkview Road on camera. Hello? Sitting in uncomfortable chairs. We're here. They're there. We're just going based on what they're reporting. But no Rashad Bateman, who did not show up to the OTAs, which, by the way, are voluntary. And we did hear Jesse Minter, Declan Doyle say he was dealing with some personal things. Don't even want to speculate as to what that might be. But usually when things get to the mandatory level, players usually tend to show up because if they're unexcused absences, then we look at fines. Mm-hmm. And they get hit in the pocketbook, which is the worst place people want to get hit. It's in the wallet.
Yeah, I mean, Bateman, I'm just going to assume, right, personal matter kept him out of the voluntary. I would assume that's a continuation here. Again, don't know for certain. The weirder one is like Zay Flowers, who's been there the entire time. And now you're not here today. Again, I think Minter would probably be pretty upfront about all this stuff because when you look around the league, like, what are the reasons guys are missing time? Either injury, that's the clear and obvious one, or there's some sort of contract dispute. There's a holdout, whatever you want to call it, that the player's using some sort of strategy by not being there. That's not the case for the Ravens. They don't have any contract disputes. I mean, there's the Lamar contract stuff is going to come down the pipeline, but I wouldn't say that there's no drama there, right? Or at least not on the surface. So, and Lamar's there. So that negates all that. I don't know what's going on. Stanley's another interesting one because he missed a large portion of the voluntary, if not all of it.
Correct. I think he was at the first one that was not open to the media, like right after the draft. I think or before the draft, he was at that one.
Kind of just a guy that I don't know. Personally, I forgot about just because he hasn't been around. And also when we talk about the O-line, right, and how many there's a glaring need at center. There's uncertainty with a John Simpson at guard. Maybe a little uncertainty at right tackle. He was the lone piece that we were supposed to feel confident in. Sure. And we still do. I mean, there's nothing, I haven't seen it. He hasn't been there to show us anything to feel otherwise. But I guess outside of nicks and bruises, missing a game or two, I don't have any major concerns with Stanley. But when you get to this point in the career, you kind of have to wonder in the back of your head, when is that downturn going to come? He's maintained such a high level of consistency when he's been healthy or at full strength that it's hard to predict when that downfall will come. But boy, it would be detrimental if it happened this year. But for now, I think, and then I think it's less about Stanley. It's more about the nature of the position, right? How hard it is to find left tackle. There isn't a clear and obvious backup if he were to go down, even for a one-game type of thing. So it's fair to be a little concerned about Stanley, not even if it's less about him, just about the position in general.
Yeah, and he's been plug and play pretty much since the day the Ravens drafted him out of Notre Dame, and then he had the injury where Orlando Brown then moved to left tackle, and he liked it so much he demanded a trade, and he's now in Cincinnati with the Bengals. But Ronnie's entering year 11 of his career as he was drafted way back when out of South Bend. No Corey Bullock there either out of training camp. And he is someone that, has been mentioned as possibly a starting center, at the very least a swing guy, can do some guard center for you. Javon Gwynn and Danny Pinter right now are working with alternating as the starting center, as we talked about replacing Tyler Linderbaum now with the Raiders. And hey, Lamar Jackson, you want them to develop some level of chemistry as quickly as possible, whoever that player might be. But as we just talked about with Joe and Woodbury, yeah, we want Corey Bullock to make a run at it because he's a Terp, and we can all feel good about that, even though, a lot of people listening didn't even watch Maryland football when he was on the team. but get the right. I don't care who it is. Get the best man for the job and kind of identify it as soon as you possibly can here.
The Bullock thing is really interesting to me because we've talked about this guy more than you probably have any right to talk about, a backup player that just has not seen the field at all.
Again, didn't talk about him this much when he played for Maryland.
Exactly. It's on our radar, at least for this show. I'm not going to say we're the only ones that bring it up because I've seen it mentioned in social media, but it's a big thing because Vinny, this time last year, or training camp last year, was so adamant. It was almost every day like, man, this Bullock kid's showing a lot. There's something there. I'd like to see more. And so, hey, cool. Keep that in the back of your head. And then it came to the forefront of our mind when the O-line was so abysmal last year that we're like, oh, we could use a replacement. What happened to that Bullock guy that we were ranting and raving about? But he couldn't get any consideration.
Nope.
So it was around that time when I started to think that maybe he was a flash in the pan last training camp and that looked all great and everything. And then once the in-season practices happened, which, by the way, while they are technically open to the media, it's just for the guys sitting there stretching. It's not like once you get in season, you really can't gather anything watching practice.
You get a half hour, and that's all she wrote, and they're not even doing anything.
So really, at that point, the beat writers are no different than you and I. You talking about we're sitting here, we're not out there. We're all in the dark. So whenever it would get brought up, hey, what's Corey Bullock? Is he healthy? Yeah, he's healthy. Well, why is he not getting a look? I don't know. Nobody had a clear answer. We were totally blind to it. I think it's the same thing now. It would help if he was there. Don't know why he's not. We'll maybe find out. But he's a strange case because I think at this point we're closer to maybe thinking that he's not an actual starter than we are thinking he is.
I'm sorry, Nolan. Another absence today. This is Gianna Hahn from the Baltimore Banner. No Nate Wiggins today either. So for first day of mandatory camp, there's a lot of guys not there for whatever reason. Teddy Buchanan and Nnamdi Madubuike not there, but they're nursing injuries, so we get that.
Yeah, Minter's going to have a lot out the gate. We have to get to it.
Can ask him why Blaze Alexander got thrown out at second, too. Really dig deep into Jesse Minter and how things are going there. So it's mandatory minicamp. Minter's going to speak later. So is Calais Campbell and Roquan Smith. Tomorrow, Lamar Jackson, Kyle Hamilton, and Tyler Loop are going to meet with the masses. But mandatory minicamp underway and some notable absences there. And, for Rashad Bateman, I just hope everything's fine with him health-wise and certainly within his personal life because, he's a person. He's got obligations outside of the football field. Do we want to see him average 19 yards of reception? Hell yeah, we do. And if he doesn't, he underperforms on the field. That's one thing. But hopefully everything that he's been dealing with that has kept him at Owings Mills is something that isn't too serious. How's that sound, Nolan? Just get him back on the field here.
Obvious, yeah. Well, we want to see him out there because we think that there's a lot more to give. Right. And we want to start talking like we were 2 years ago. We want to have those conversation points because if I'm being honest with you, the conversation points, hey, Bateman stinks, Bateman's done. I'm not going to say I totally disagree, but man, it's getting tired.
Yeah,
give me something different.
2 years ago, Lamar was looking for him in playoff games. Last year, we were looking for him on the TV. Is he playing today? We'll come back. American League East report. Get into what happened last night, not just with the Orioles in Seattle. Birds lose that one 6-3. Everything else throughout the division, and look around Major League Baseball as a former Oriole had a triumphant return to the majors after an almost 3-year absence.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
The O's dropped the third straight game last night. We'll recap the loss and look ahead to what Trevor Rogers could do tonight. Also, if the Ravens don't bring in a veteran wide receiver, who will win the number 3 spot? We'll tell you.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, fellas, your buddy Bob Haynie here. Baseball season is well underway. As a matter of fact, we're in the second week of June. Got tabulating the votes to see who's going to be super terrific coming up in the Midsummer Classic. So we're ready to go. And you want to be ready to go. just like a ball player does when it's time to get in there and try to provide some success for your team, whether it's getting that big K in the ninth inning or coming through with runners in scoring position. When it's time for some loving, you want to be at your ultimate best. You want to be ready for game time. No delays, no slow starts, just confidence when your number is called. That's why I've been telling you about Blue Chew. And now there's something new for you, for me, Blue Chew Gold. This stuff works fast, like 15 minutes fast. And it's designed to help get your both your head and your body in the game. It combines two proven ingredients for circulation, such as apomorphine and oxytocin. It enhances arousal, desire, and connection from the inside out. So you got the body and the mind working at the same time. You want to bring the heat in the late innings? Blue Chew Gold. That's where you go. Look, we're not rookies anymore, fellas. And if there's an upgrade that helps your performance, just take it. It's as simple as that. And we have a special deal for you, the loyal listener. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That is easy. BOB1057, BlueChew.com, Blue Chew Gold. Get 10% off the first month with promo code BOB1057. Go to BlueChew.com for the details, to get that code in there, and for the important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring us here on The Fan. Trust me on this one, fellas. You want to be ready when it's time to get into the game, and you want to take your game to levels that maybe you've never experienced before. I've always been an all-star. Now I'm a Hall of Famer because of Blue Chew Gold.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you get the most of Westwood One Sports. NBA Finals Game 4, and I think Wemby's rebounding struggles will continue. He's down a full rebound here in the playoffs from the regular season. More importantly, since the first two games against OKC, Wemby has averaged just 8 rebounds per game. The Knicks have done a good job getting him out to the perimeter to contest shots and away from the rim. He's only gone over his rebounds line once in the past 8 games. I'll ride with the trend and take the under on Wemby's boards. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
So Ryan and I came to the decision to get life insurance when I was pregnant with our first son. He really wanted us to be taken care of if something happened to him. He provided for our family in life and also after his death. I think that would make him proud. Ethos makes it fast and easy to get life insurance. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
For 80 years, Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for, making a difference in their communities. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-885-8877. 800-885-8877. Again, that's 800-885-8877.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto.
A closer look at the AL East with Vinny and Haynie. 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Petro. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Time for the AL East report here on this Turn Up Tuesday. It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's out at one winning drive with the Ravens. We're practicing as we speak. We'll revisit that coming up later on in the hour. But last night, Baltimore falls to Seattle 6-3. Orioles got out to the 1-0 lead. Couldn't tack on. Then Seattle kind of chipped away. Trey Gibson. Josh Naylor hits the grand slam off of Nunez, and that proved to be kind of the difference in the game. Orioles had opportunities, bases loaded in the 7th inning. Could not come through with a big hit. Had the base running blunder from Blaze Alexander that took a run off the board. Jackson Holiday looked like he scored. The 4th run was not to be. Orioles last night 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position, which is unacceptable. Colton Cowles are 0 for 3 in that category. Alonso was 0 for 2. Not to blame them specifically for the loss, but, your 3 and your 4 hitters, Alonso did get the sac fly, gave the Orioles the early lead, and Colton in his first at-bat went to the warning track, and, Rayleigh had to leap and take a double away at least. But that's kind of all she wrote. So unfortunately for the Orioles, couldn't get that 4th run, which has been their magic number. 26-9, I believe their record is when they score 4 runs. Even though their last 2 games at Toronto, they scored 4 and lost both of them. Trey Gibson last night, he won 4 2/3, 5 hits, 3 runs. Nunez, as we said, he gave up the grand slam. Then settled down after that and retired 7 in a row. Suarez gave up a get a run home. Jackson couldn't field the ball. Then the wild pitch and this, that, and the other base hit from Arozarena. That was a tack on as the Orioles lose their 3rd consecutive loss after a stretch where they're playing really well. Got 2 games within 500 and a half game out of that last wild card. Right now they sit at 31-36, 19-16 at home, which, okay, they'll take it. Trevor Rogers on the hill. He's 3-6 with a 6.29. Pitched better in his last couple of outings. Won his last start. But can he get consistent enough? They need him to get length. You got to go deep into the ball game because Shane Baz had that meltdown in the 6th inning on Sunday. Bradish got rocked. Saturday passed. And then yesterday, Trey Gibson couldn't make it through the 5th. So Trevor Rogers, come on, man. Need you to be that ace kind of guy tonight. Not going to be an easy task for the Orioles. Taking on the Mariners, who are 35-32, 16-16 on the road. Logan Gilbert, he's 4-4 with a 3.79, and Nolan, like pretty much every other starter they have there, he throws like 97 miles an hour, and he'll be bringing the heat. 6:35 first pitch. Our coverage starts here on 105.7 The Fan at 5:30 with Baltimore baseball tonight. Me, Nolan, and Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick live from Pickles Pub. It's going to be a beautiful night, so come on down and hopefully watch the Orioles stop this losing streak at 4 or 3 and stop a 4-game losing streak and hopefully start a winning streak that extends beyond 3. As I pointed this out earlier in the show, the Orioles this season, 6 losing streaks of 3 games or more, high watermark being 5, and they've had 4 winning streaks of 3 or more, none longer than 3. So got to start stacking a little bit there. Pardon me. Elsewhere in the division last night, Tampa taking on the Boston Red Sox, and the Rays get out to an early lead thanks to a guy that can carry a big stick.
Shutout innings. And there's a high shot off the bat of Yandy Diaz all the way to the wall, and that baby is gone. First pitch, and Diaz takes early deep.
Early in the game, too, as you heard, Dwayne Stats, Rays TV. Yandy Diaz goes yard. He drives a 2 on the night. Jonathan Aranda also drove in a run. 3-1 final score in favor of the homestanding Rays. Brian Baker, 17th save of the year, which is 2nd in the American League, and maybe puts him into some sort of all-star conversation. As we recall, Nolan, Baker was the first guy that Mike Elias unloaded last year. Started kind of the dismantling of the disappointing 25 Orioles. Yankees last night taking on Cleveland. There you go, extra innings, and a guy that's helping to carry the offense minus Aaron Judge comes through in the clutch.
Bellinger grounds it through into left field, a base hit. Sanchez will score. Here comes Rice. It's cut off. He will score. Out at third is Schumann, but it's a huge 2-run single for Cody Bellinger.
Yes Network on the call. As you heard, 10th inning, Bellinger comes through in the clutch. Goldschmidt and McMahon hit homers earlier in the game as New York edges Cleveland 7-5. And the Phillies taking on the Blue Jays up at Rogers Center. And Adolis Garcia gets busy early.
Pitch, swing and a high fly ball to deep left field. He got the early lead. A 2-run home run for Garcia. The Phillies take a 2-0 lead.
Ain't wasn't no doubt about that.
Adolis Garcia, that's NBC Sports Philly, 2-run homer. 5-2 was the final score. Sanchez goes 7+, 4 hits, 10 Ks as he continues to deal here for the Philadelphia Ball Club in 2026. Duran picked up his 16th save of the season. So in a rematch of the 93 World Series, the Phillies get a measure of revenge, 5-2 against Toronto. Today's schedule, Boston's at Tampa, Yankees at Guardians, Phillies and Blue Jays again, and then Seattle here taking on the Orioles, as we know. Standings update as we head into this Turn It Up Tuesday. Well, we're very much in it, as a matter of fact. Yankees doing their thing here as they're tied with the Rays. Percentage points separate the two. Tampa technically is in first place, but you get the drill. New York's back there. Toronto's 8 back, Orioles 9 back, Boston 11.5. Cleveland game and a half on the White Sox in the Central. Seattle's 2 up on Texas in the West. A's 3.5 back as they're struggling a little bit there. Atlanta 9 games up on Philadelphia in the East of the National League. Brewers have won 4 in a row, so have the Cardinals, but Milwaukee holds a 5.5 game advantage there. And out West, Dodgers 7.5 on both the Diamondbacks and the Padres. Wildcard standings on this day. Playoffs started today, which they don't. It would be the Yankees, White Sox, and Rangers in. Blue Jays game back, A's game and a half, Orioles 2. Houston, for as bad as they've been, they're 2.5 out. Twins are only 3. I mean, come on, enough with that. And in the National League, it's the Cardinals, Phillies, and Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks and Padres are tied. Pirates are half game, so are the Cubbies. Nats 1, Reds are 3. Cincinnati has lost 5 in a row. So Terry Francona's Redlegs scuffling there in the National League. We'll come back, talk more about the Orioles. How do you feel about the way things are unfolding for them? They're 5 games below 500. They have a negative run differential. They're in 4th place in their division, and they're outside of the wild card. When's the turnaround? Let's go. Let's get it done. Hoping tonight.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny Serrato here. Holy crab cakes, famous Box Hill crab cakes, supersized salads, Greek specialties, and more can now be delivered right to your door with DoorDash. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at ProStatusFinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor, insurance licensed in Maryland.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing, simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
This is the Fan, baby.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Spurs have life after taking down the Knicks 115-111 last night at Madison Square Garden. Victor Wembanyama settled back into his usual groove with 32 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists. But San Antonio was really able to do some damage as a collective at the free throw line. They took 24 of their 34 attempts in the second half alone. In that same time, New York made it to the line for just 8 attempts. That's a disparity that didn't sit right with Knicks coach Mike Brown.
I don't complain much. I never thought I'd see that in an NBA Finals game, and I saw it tonight. That's tough to overcome when you're playing against a great team. Again, maybe we fouled that many times, but they fouled too, and it's not shown at the end of the day on this box score.
This is the first loss New York has suffered in over a month. Their 13-game playoff win streak was the second longest in NBA postseason history. The series will resume at the Garden tomorrow night. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Lincoln College of Technology. For 80 years, Lincoln Tech grads have made a difference in their communities. The skills you learn go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps peaking around 80. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
The ABS system, part of our reality here, Major League Baseball 2026. Orioles felt that pain in the 7th inning as it looked like Pete Alonso walked with the bases loaded. Instead, went to the challenge, and it was a strike. That box lit up red, bright as it could possibly be. And instead of walking with the bases loaded, Pete Alonso strikes out with the bases loaded. And Nolan, I am cool with this sort of thing. I think eventually we're going to trend towards that being the end-all, be-all when it comes to balls and strikes. Umpires will not be tasked with that challenge anymore. No pun intended. It'll be all about fair ball, foul ball, plays at the plate, whether you're in the baseline, et cetera, et cetera. But the ABS, first of all, are you cool with it? Because, it can be your friend, it can be your foe. And last night for the Orioles, they kind of got him a couple of times there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's played out to be exactly what fans would have hoped, right? I was skeptical when it was introduced about, just how it would work. Would it really slow down the game? But it's totally seamless. I don't see any way to really complain about it. And, well, I'll say this. It hasn't happened in an Orioles game yet, and we'll see. Hopefully it doesn't. But there was that one instance from a week ago. What was it, the A's or something? The ABS wasn't working.
Oh, yeah.
They went to go challenge, and everyone's looking at the replay board, and nothing's coming up. Nothing's coming up.
The Yankees, yeah.
Right? And then they're like, okay, well, the call stands because we can't get the thing to work. That's one moment out of however many Major League games have been played across the league this year. Hopefully it's a fluke. But for the most part, the tech has been pretty sound.
Yeah, I mean, tennis went to this years ago using the line calls, and, it's been on point. But when it comes to challenges from an Orioles standpoint, pitcher-catcher duo, and I think we look, in the big picture, we look at Adley Rutschman and Sammy Basallo as arguably, if they're not one of the top catching tandems in baseball, they're one of the best. So they're amongst the best at what they do. Adley's had a really good year defensively, bounce back year with the stick. Basallo's offensive potential is limitless, and we get all of that. But how do they rate in regards to their challenge percentage here?
Yeah, shout out to ESPN for this because this was a good idea, and I hope they keep it going for years to come because it is just fun to look at. Every day they update this, or at least a couple times a week, update what the rolling success rate is. And they've got breakdowns here by player, breakdowns by team, catcher challenges, batter challenges. Long-winded way of saying here, the Orioles got off to a really hot start this season to the point where people were joking around saying ABS is the Adley Basallo system, that they were so good at, the behind-the-plate stuff. Well, it's come back down to earth and drastically. If just looking at pitcher and catcher challenges, now we talked during the break, the only pitcher challenge that I can think of this year for the Orioles was Helsley in a save situation pretty early, and he was successful. None other ones from a pitcher really come to mind. It's been mostly up to Adley and Basallo to do it. But through this point of the season, 46.8 is the success rate for them. How does that match up against the rest of the league? Well, it's not good. That ranks 29th out of 30 teams in just pitcher and catcher challenges. What makes it interesting, though, is if you go over to just batter challenges, they 53.5 is the success rate, which is good enough to be 7th in the majors. So it gives you a picture there of the fine line that separates teams in the rankings here in success rate. But all of this totals out. In total, the Orioles ranked 22nd out of 30 teams. I think it's a little odd here to be so good, we'll call it, your top 10 with the batter's eye, but the guys behind the plate are starting to struggle a little bit. And what doesn't get shown here that's been more interesting to me is the lack of challenges, right? I got the data on, all right, you challenged this, you were wrong. You challenged this, you were right. But how many instances was there a play, and we can think of a handful off the top of my head already, where you're screaming at the TV, challenge it,
yeah,
and they don't do it. And in the case of that one Yankees game, Aaron Judge hits a home run a batter or two later or a pitch or two later, and the game is completely changed. That's the stuff that gets me a little more aggravated than just throwing a challenge out there and not being successful. Because we're just looking at the raw total here. What you don't take into account there is, okay, maybe the Orioles were in a 8th or 9th inning situation and they still had both challenges left. Well, you might as well throw it out there.
Sure.
What you can't take them with you sort of thing. So that could skew the success rate a little bit. But for the most part here, I was a little surprised to see that the O's catchers were towards the bottom of the league.
Yeah, and like you said, after getting off to a pretty strong start in that area, but you can't put them in your pocket and take them home with you like coaches that don't use all their timeouts in football and in basketball. But I guess you do want to save one at least for a crucial part in the game. Like Seattle last night, 7th inning, instead of bases loaded, a run in, they went to the challenge. It was successful. And, a pitch later, Cows are grounds out to second, and they're out of the jam. So you want to be strong in that area, but you want to be judicious as well. Like the first pitch of the game, I don't know if I'm challenging a ball or a strike, if I'm a hitter or a catcher, but if it's that egregious, you got to do what you got to do, because if you're successful, you keep your challenges.
Mm-hmm. Right, and once you make it to extras, you pick up an additional one to just use an extra inning. So yeah, there's no even what if to the strategy of like, oh, what if we make it to extras? I really got to keep it. It's a 9-inning game in terms of strategy.
How's this for a stat since we're in numbers before we hit the break? Because the Orioles 1 for 9 last night, runners in scoring position, and Alonso was 0 for 2, did get the sac fly, put him on the board early. But do you know, Nolan McGraw, according to the data that has been accumulated here in 2026, Pete Alonso has left the 4th most men on base this year in Major League Baseball. Alex Bregman's number 1, who's already apologized for sucking. Colson Montgomery, shortstop for the White Sox, is 2nd. Ian Happ, also with the Cubs, might explain why they've had some problemos here from time to time. And then Alonso coming in, 137 men left on base. The one thing that Montgomery, Happ, and Alonso all have working for them, they've had their share of home runs, whereas Bregman's just been brutal pretty much all across the board. But when you're batting 3rd, you're batting 4th, which he does most of the time, you would like to see more of a success rate with runners on base here. And he's had some scuffles. There have been a couple of instances in the road trip, 2nd and 3rd, less than 2 outs, runs not scoring. It's not necessarily all about Pete Alonso, but when you're in the top 5 of a category, which you're expected to be a top 5 in success rate, I think it's appropriate to bring it up just a little bit there.
Yeah, Pete Alonso on the season, batting average with runners in scoring position, 197.
Yeah.
And you mentioned the stat there. It didn't surprise me when you mentioned it because I watched the game last night, right? Bases loaded situation. The ABS moment, too, later on. So, yeah, I could buy it. How does that compare to his career? Well, I think we all know it's staggeringly low, but just for the sake of the segment here, career runners in scoring position, 261 average. So forget the home runs, right? That's what everyone is so fixated on with Alonso, because that was a big reason why he got signed. But just coming up in crucial moments, having the single the other way that scores 2 in a big city, or just scores 1, who cares? I mean, we get so consumed with power, right? And again, we're not letting Alonso off the hook because we thought there'd be a little more power too. But in the grand scheme of things, the power's kind of on par. It's not like Taylor Ward. Taylor Ward's going to get to the end of the year and you're going to say, wow, what a drop-off in power. He could still have a good year. Alonso will be close, at least. But in clutch situations, which is also his MO, it's not lived up to the hype.
Yep, he had the game-winning hit where they came from behind and beat Toronto on that Saturday a couple of weeks ago. But, yeah, like to see a little bit more from a guy that has driven in over 100 runs on a few occasions, because there's a reason. I know the nerds try to diminish the importance of ribbies. It's ribbies. We're not doing an English class here. They're ribbies. There's a reason guys like him bat 3rd, 4th, and 5th. You know why? To drive in runs. It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw will come back. Funhouse, Inside Access coming up at 2. Give you an updated attendance report out at One Winning Drive. First day of mandatory camp. A lot of guys not there.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
The O's dropped the 3rd straight game last night. We'll recap the loss and look ahead to what Trevor Rogers could do tonight. Also, if the Ravens don't bring in a veteran wide receiver, who will win the number 3 spot? We'll tell you.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Victor Wembanyama countered the Madison Square Garden circus last night with a masterful 32.8 rebound performance, leading the Spurs to a 115-111 Game 3 victory over the Knicks. Victor Wembanyama, when he's on, the Spurs are on. This win snapped the New York Knicks' 13-game win streak and cut the Knicks' NBA Finals series lead to 2-1. I'm Addie Bates.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles. at AndersonAutomotive.com.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Ryan Ripken here, and if you've ever had a pet need care unexpectedly, you know how stressful that moment can be. That's why I trust Homeward Bound Veterinary Services in Bel Air. They're a leader in wellness and urgent care with a location ready when you need it most. And they have advanced tools like on-site CT imaging and laparoscopic surgery to treat your pet quickly with less stress. Visit homewardboundveterinaryservices.com. That's homewardboundveterinaryservices.com. Your pet deserves it.
Get summer savings all month long at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Save with 0.99% 60-month financing on 2026 Sonatas or Tucsons. Come see the 26 Elantra Hybrid. It gets over 50 miles per gallon and make no payments till September 26th. On every new Hyundai. Banks on site for instant credit approval. Calvin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, owner assurance. Plus, get you Jones for a lifetime. Free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 2 million likes and reviews, you too, you can and you will be a satisfied customer. Get summer savings now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame, just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Yep, he's planning another project. So, this Father's Day at Lowe's, tap into free gifts for Dad. Get a free Select Craftsman power tool when you buy a Craftsman B20 charger with 2 amp-hour and 4 amp-hour batteries. Plus, get a free DeWalt power tool when you buy a Select 20-volt Max XR 4 amp-hour battery kit. Dad knows our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/14 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. testimonialist was compensated for their time.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
All right, attendance report. One winning drive. Mandatory minicamp. No Zay Flowers, no Bateman. No Corey Bullock, no Ronnie Stanley. Defensively, no Teddy Buchanan coming back from an injury. Same with Nnamdi Madubuike. No Nate Wiggins. No Travis Jones. He's been kind of a no-show, too. Nolan. No John Jenkins. Deez Isaac and Bilal Kone working on the side as they're dealing with an elbow for Isaac and Kone with the knee. But some dudes here. We talked about Bateman earlier. Ronnie as well. Why Nate or Flowers aren't there, but no Travis Jones. He's been, I believe, noticeably absent, I guess.
Yeah, a little surprising. Slight update here. It looks like a couple of the beat writers are saying that Bateman is there, but he's in, he's not in player gear. He's in street clothes, but he's kind of out and about. So he's accounted for, but that, again, still not out there practicing.
Well, good news that he's there, and as we said, hopefully everything's cool with him physically and going on with his family for sure. Orioles taking on the Mariners tonight, coming up at 6:35, Game 2 of this 4-game series. We will be at Pickles Pub starting at 5:30. We get there earlier, usually there around 4:15 or so. So if you're coming to the game, you want to hang out and mingle with the people, we'll be there for you. So come on down and say hi. It's going to be me, Nolan, and Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick getting ready for Trevor Rogers, hopefully looking to pick up his 4th win, as the Orioles do need him to get at least through 6 innings and hopefully get a little run support there against always formidable Seattle pitching staff. Nolan, any closing thoughts for the people here?
Yeah, I said earlier that we had moved on from the whole Henderson-Clement play from Sunday, but we're not moving on just yet. Because Major League Baseball has stepped in here, and for all the people in the listening audience who were so adamant, right, that no, they got the call right, Henderson didn't make a tag effort, you're just a salty Orioles fan because you came out on the losing end. Major League Baseball has admitted to the Orioles that there was a mistake made, and it was called incorrectly. This from the Baltimore Banner. Officials from Major League Baseball spoke Monday with the Orioles and umpires involved in the call. A person familiar with the conversation said that person spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to speak publicly, but they confirmed that umpires did not properly enforce Rule 59B1 of Major League Baseball's official rule book in the 6th inning of Sunday's contest. So there we go. It doesn't change the outcome. Nope. Doesn't change the score. Doesn't change really much of anything, but they were wrong. It's always nice to hear that.
Yeah, and we knew they were wrong pretty much from the beginning. So don't be so smug next time, Wendell Stat and Nick Lenz. We have time to go to Funhouse.
Quick Draws Funhouse.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center. Changing the way you feel about dentistry, one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesigndoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
Gentlemanly move. That's what it was. It was a gentlemanly move.
Clement or whatever, he was the good guy in the situation. He got out of the way.
Didn't say, who the hell's named Ernie in 2026, by the way? Well, I got no beef with Clement.
Yeah, he went deep last night, too, by the way. I'd take him on the Orioles.
Yeah, he's big in the playoffs. Howard in Baltimore checking in here says, what a joke this team can be at times. Who else gets a run removed because of a lack of hustling? And why is the first base coach even allowing Alexander to tag up from first in that situation to begin with? Somebody's got to get in this guy's ear. Makes it even worse when Holiday was thrown out by the center fielder Rodriguez earlier in the game.
Well, as Albanez said after the game about Blaze, I guess we'll put the blame on him, that he needed to read the situation a little bit better because as an infielder, he knows the cutoffs. Probably could have addressed that, I'm going to get halfway up the line, see how it goes, and go back to first. Instead, he tried to hero ball it. He got hosed, and Holiday didn't cross the plate. And that was a double play that ended that inning, minus a run.
Where are you at on the Holiday side of things? Because I've seen a few people mention, like, hey, man, where's the hustle, right?
I saw the simultaneous Blaze getting tossed and him running down the third base line. It didn't look like he was Manny Machado in it. It looked like he was kind of busting his hump because he's tagging from third at that time. Maybe he didn't think Blaze was going to try to go from first to second. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying he was a full, Ben Johnson sprint to the plate, but I'm not going to blame Holiday. It's not like he was jaking it. He was just running at a decent speed, I guess. I don't know.
Well, that's where I'm at. Like, I was actually surprised to wake up today and even hear that be a part of the conversation. And when Ryan Ripken said earlier, like, yeah, you're coached to always run it out.
Sure.
I understand that on the surface, but to take any attention away from Alexander's going rogue there, which is exactly what it was, it would be foolish. That's the blame right there. It starts and ends with Alexander.
Well, how about Messiah with a bat flip? How did he make it to the warning track?
Well,
sounded good when it left.
it got Kevin Brown, I'll tell you that.
That's going to do it for us. We're at Pickles tonight, starting at 5:30. Come on down, say hi. We'll be there a little bit earlier than that. Inside Access coming up here in a matter of minutes. Then BBT, as we said, at 5:30. For Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato, I'm Bob Haynie. Stay safe, stay healthy. We'll talk to you in the morning. Have a great day, everybody. For now, class dismissed.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Are you stuck in a dead-end commercial mechanical construction job? Well, it's time to build a real career, not just collect a paycheck. At Ariosa Mechanical, a career means the opportunity for personal and professional growth in a supportive work environment. We're hiring qualified and licensed HVAC and plumbing foremen with a signing bonus of $10,000. If you're looking to grow with a company that respects your craft, visit AriosaMechanical.com. That's AriosaMechanical.com.
Don't just give 20 to 30% of your retirement money to Uncle Sam. Listen to the Savvy Investor Radio Show and podcast, weekend mornings here on 105.7 The Fan.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Get in on the action at Horseshoe Casino this summer with their Unlock the Box promotion and your shot at $1 million. The big moment happens June 26th. Plus, enjoy double entries every Tuesday for even more chances to win. And that's not all. Win your share of $25,000 in free casino play when you hit a taxable jackpot. Now through June 27th. Bigger prizes, bigger moments. Don't miss your chance to win. Get in on the action at Horseshoe Baltimore. At Horseshoe, there is something for everyone. Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me.
I'm going to have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
Comedian Dave Chappelle brings his Pulling Up tour to CFG Bank Arena this Friday, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Prior to last night's game, the Orioles placed Chris Bassett on the IL and called Trey Gibson back up to make his 4th appearance of the season. Once again, the rookie showed a lot of promise, working his way through 4 clean innings, but then some trouble arrived in the 5th. He put 2 on with 1 out and proceeded to let 1 run come home on a sac fly. His pitch count was only sitting at 68 to this point, but Craig Albernaz made the decision to pull him in favor of Anthony Nunez, who went on to load the bases and then give up a grand slam to Josh Naylor.
Gibson was falling behind guys the inning before. He fell behind every single hitter he faced. He was giving up some loud contact as well. They tied the game up and it kept going and got to Julio. I decided that we needed to stop the game there to give ourselves a chance.
There's Albernaz explaining his thought process behind removing Gibson. Trevor Rogers is next in line to start for Baltimore. He'll go tonight while Seattle sends out Logan Gilbert. First pitch at 6:35. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps peaking around 80. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Lifted deep right field. Tavares is looking and it's gone! A grand slam for Josh Naylor. A 5-1 Mariners lead.
I wish that, Nunez would have leaned on his strengths a little bit there. I'm not saying his fastball is on his strengths, but he has an elite changeup. You're ahead and he has a sweeper as well. And it's not saying that it was a bad pitch by any stretch, but the changeup would have been awesome there.
Hey, put him away. That's the ball game. Munoz locks it down. The Mariners take game 1. A wild one. 6-3 the final.
Not to disregard, yes, we left a lot of guys on base, but we know coming in, like with Seattle, pitching is their strength. It always has been. And Emerson's having a great year, throwing the ball extremely well. Their bullpen has always been a force. And so going into it, we knew we had to grind and really force them to work. And we did that. We just couldn't come through with the big blow.
Those highlights courtesy of Mariners TV, and then you heard Orioles skipper Craig Albernaz following the O's 6-3 series opening loss to the Mariners last night. It is Inside Access, but a Birdland Territory edition. Ken Wyman,
Boneyard.
Yes, the Boneyard, as Kenny would say. Ken Wyman at the beach. He'll be back on Monday, but Steve Molesky with me today, and then back on Friday. And Steve, it was a frustrating game for the Orioles, and we heard the big blow, the Josh Naylor grand slam to put the Mariners up 5-1 at that point. But the Orioles had their chances in this ball game. They had 2 bases loaded situations with 1 out. They scored just 1 run between them. Jackson Holliday misplay on a Josh Naylor grounder in the 8th inning. Naylor ended up coming around to score in part because of a wild pitch. And then a weird situation where Blaze Alexander, he got doubled up, tagging up from first to second, and a Jackson Holliday run was taken off the board.
Yeah, a lot of strange things happened in that game, Tim. And it doesn't take long for Birdland to go from feeling great about their team as they were through Friday night's win in Toronto to reaching for the panic button because of a couple straight losses. I think we're there. So I think the Orioles have to show us again that winning stretch where they went 10-4 was not a fluke. It didn't look like it was going to be a fluke.
But now 3 straight losses have fans wondering what's going on here. And, Tim, to start a homestand, you want a better performance than that. I mean, that's not going on the resume tape. That was ugly. Things happened on all facets of the game to hurt their cause. And then it was a second-guessers night, too, because for me, I second-guessed Trey Gibson being pulled when he was. He seemed to be rolling for a while. And so there's a lot to dissect from that loss last night.
Well, Trey Gibson, he ended up getting pulled in the 5th inning. And Anthony Nunez came in the ball game to go against Julio Rodriguez. He ended up walking Julio Rodriguez on 5 pitches. And then you heard Craig Albertaz's comments about Nunez going to the 4-seamer against Naylor. And Naylor didn't miss it. He ended up hitting the decisive grand slam blow. And Anthony Nunez, it's been a rough stretch for him, Steve, in the fact that he's given up 17 earned runs over his last 19 innings. We know the talent is there, the stuff is there, but I think Birdland's wondering, what do you do with Nunez at this point? Does he need a reset? Are you able to put him in more lower leverage situations?
You sometimes lean to that, and then they don't come. You cannot script a baseball game. So if you're the manager, you'd say, boy, I'd love to have him pitch in 5-run games for a week or two to get straightened out and work on some things. And then you play a stream of games where it's not 5 runs, or it doesn't become a 5-run game till the 8th inning. It's too late to get him in or something. So I think they've got to make a decision on Nunez. What's the right play here? You have a young pitcher whose confidence has got to be taking a hit here. His ERA, Tim, since late April is 8.05. It was 135 before that. So he got out of the blocks great. He's throwing 96. He's got a swing and miss sweeper. He's got a pretty good changeup that Albertaz wanted him to use last night to Josh Naylor, and he gave up the slam on a 4-seamer. I don't know what move they should make here, man. If you stick with him and you lose more games, or if you send him to AAA, that's a confidence hit there because he just lost his roster spot. But it could be a confidence builder long term. And the bullpen, as we know, man, they turn over a lot through the course of the season. So maybe a reset is not the worst move here.
And it's important to remember, all of this is coming much quicker than anyone could have thought for Anthony Nunez, where last night marked his 30th appearance this season. That's the most on the team. And this is someone that was optioned to minor league camp during spring training. He ended up making the 26-man roster in part because Keegan Aiken and Andrew Kittredge started the year on the IL. And Nunez got off to a fantastic start to where Craig Albertaz was using him in pretty much every single high leverage situation. Last night, obviously, was a big time moment for Nunez where he just didn't come through. And being there at the game and being there for Craig Albertaz's presser after the game, he basically was saying that appearance sort of encapsulates this recent run for him, Steve, where the inconsistency, because after that grand slam, he retired the next 7 batters that he faced.
Right. He did keep him in it, but it's not often a pitcher can say I got beat by 1 pitch, but in this night they can say that because 1 pitch meant 4 runs. So to me, I think Albertaz is a little bit to be questioned here because what we never know, Tim, we'll never know, is would Trey Gibson have gotten out of that? Would he have gotten Julio Rodriguez and never maybe faced Naylor? Who knows what would have happened there? For me, if they trusted that kid to come up and pitch in Yankee Stadium against Rice and Judge, they could have trusted him last night in the 5th inning. But I see what Albertaz was saying as well. He's saying, look, the Mariners staff is a great staff. We may not get 5 or 6 runs tonight. This might be the decisive moment of the game, so I'm going to go to the pen. The issue is, in going to the pen, he went to one of his shaky relievers and not one of his hottest relievers. I mean, he wasn't going to pitch Rico in the 5th inning, but he's the best they have, and that might have been the pivotal moment in the game. If you pitch Rico then, you don't have him for 7, 8, 9. So he made the move. I give Albertaz credit. He's not timid in making moves. Remember he pinch hit for Basayo. He had like 3 hits one night. I mean, if this guy thinks it's a move to make, he'll make it. So I give him credit for that. He's not timid, or he's not acting like a rookie manager and, hesitant. What should I do here? Wishy-washy. He makes the move. This time it didn't work.
Yeah, and we'll get more into the Trey Gibson of it all after the break. But before we hit that break, Steve, the offense 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position, and probably the biggest at-bat of the game for the Orioles is where Pete Alonso struck out looking, and it was challenged by the pitcher, ABS challenge. It ended up getting reversed from a walk, which would have brought in a run to make it a 5-3 ball game, to a strikeout. And then Colton Cowser ended up grounding out, where the O's had bases loaded for the second time in that game. But that instance, they didn't get a single run.
Well, some of their big hitters are showing warts, Tim. And this is where, again, let's say this. We're talking about an offense that went 3 weeks averaging about 6 runs a game until the last 3. But in these last 3, they've only scored 11 runs in those losses, and they're 3 for 20 with runners in scoring position. It seems like when they don't have a big number on offense, you can almost always point to the runners in scoring position stat. So Alonso's been hitting a lot better, but yet his bases loaded stats are not great this year. Gunnar was hitting better, and now he's fallen off again. Ward has been pretty good throughout, but the power hasn't been there. So there seems to be 1 or 2 things with every guy right now that you can find. Cowser's hitting homers now, but he wasn't earlier. So they got to get it back together, man. They just got to find wins now in this homestand, because they've fallen to 5 games under again.
The O's are looking to snap a 3-game losing streak tonight, taking on the Mariners. Game 2 of a 4-game series. 6:35 first pitch. Baltimore baseball tonight with Bob Haynie and Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick live from Pickles Pub at 5:30. Our guest list starts at 2:30. Ryan Divish, who covers the Mariners for the Seattle Times, joins us. Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick is going to be joining us before BBT at 3. Rock Kabako covers the O's for Masson Sports. He'll be on at 5. We will work in a little bit of Ravens as well. This is day 1 of mandatory minicamp. They're on the practice field as we speak. Jesse Minter is going to be meeting with the media at 2:45. A lot of guys missing from practice. Maybe we get some clarity from the Ravens head coach. We'll get into the Ravens at 2:45. But coming up next, we are going to get into the decision that Craig Albertaz made in pulling Trey Gibson after just 68 pitches. Was that the right move? We'll tell you next.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057.
For 80 years, Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for, making a difference in their communities. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Ready to ramp up the excitement, golf fans? BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets even better with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Have you ever seen a game show where overjoyed contestants spin a huge wheel to win lots of amazing prizes and you wished it could be you? Well, the Maryland Lottery just found a way to take that same excitement and put it in a scratch-off game. Play the Big Spin. You can win up to $50,000 instantly or have a chance to go to lottery headquarters and spin the Big Spin wheel for $50,000 to $250,000. Who needs a game show when you have a scratch-off like that? Pick up the Big Spin today and please play responsibly.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. Always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Spring has a way of getting us moving again. Walks after dinner, weekends outside, time with the people we love. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with a Good Feet store. If your feet are slowing you down, visit a Good Feet store near you and see how personally fit arch supports can get you back to living the life you love.
Don't miss out when NASCAR returns to the Monster Mile. Located just across the bay, Dover Motor Speedway delivers high-speed NASCAR action. The best fan zone around. Camping, tailgates, and memories you'll talk about for years. Explore upcoming events and get your tickets today at DoverMotorSpeedway.com.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
With Gibson, it was like we talked about. We knew the pitching on their side, and we knew runs are going to be at a premium. Gibson was falling behind guys inning before. He fell behind every single hitter he faced. He was giving up some loud contact as well. And that inning where they tied the game up and it kept going and got to Julio. And I decided that we needed to stop the game there to give ourselves a chance.
That was manager Craig Albernaz giving his explanation following the Orioles' 6-3 loss against the Mariners. His explanation for pulling Trey Gibson after just 68 pitches. And on one side, I get it. Okay, he was giving up some hard contact in that fifth inning. But, Steve, 68 pitches, and Gibson, this is someone that made his MLB debut at Yankee Stadium against that strong lineup. I would have liked to have seen him get that chance to face Julio last night.
Me too. Because, I mean, they can't say it was a matchup because they went from one right-hander to another to face a right-handed hitter who struggles more against right than left. So he was going to face a righty somehow, pen or reliever. So it was 2 outs and 2 on and 1 in. And this was about to turn over to the third time through the order when he faced Cole Young, the leadoff batter. But I just think these young guys, first of all, Trey Gibson's here sooner than most thought. I thought second half personally myself. So that was fast. What I think that the Orioles' message was, he got on a roll with AAA. We really like this kid. We need a starter, so we're going to go get him. And they got him for Yankee Stadium, of all places, which I think no Oriole had ever made his debut there, correct?
Yep, no starting pitcher Orioles history has ever done.
So if you're going to make that move, you can have him face Julio Rodriguez with a lead and 2 men on and 2 out in the fifth inning. He had given up 2 balls, hit 101 and 102 in that inning, Tim, earlier. And while he was getting behind hitters, he had walked just 1, and that was back in the second inning. So he was getting behind, but he was getting outs. And I just don't think that was the right move with a struggling Nunez there, who didn't get the guy you brought him in to get, Julio, and then had to face Josh Naylor and then throw a pitch that his manager second-guessed.
With Gibson, and obviously 2 of the 3 earned runs were inherited in part because of the Grand Slam, what have you thought of him so far, Steve? 3 starts, 1 outing in relief. With me, this isn't someone that's going to have overwhelming stuff, but it's someone that in every one of these starts, it has not looked too big for him. He is going to pound the strike zone. And I feel like he's been an effective pitcher this early on.
No doubt. And one thing he's shown that we didn't know until we were going to find out is the poise. Because you can't compare poise pitching at Chesapeake or Norfolk with Baltimore. It's a whole different animal when you're in Yankee Stadium than when you're pitching in the Eastern League. So you don't know whether he'll have the right poise until you know. Until you throw him out there and see. Sink or swim, as they say. So I think he's shown the poise. What he showed to me on the farm, and I spent a lot of last year getting to know this kid, probably interviewed him more than any minor leaguer I talked to last year, is he is driven, he's intelligent, he's constantly working on his game. Tim, he wasn't throwing a two-seamer until last year, and he wasn't throwing it well until the middle of last year. And now it's his favored fastball. He throws a two-seam sinker more than he throws the four-seam fastball. And on the minor leagues this year, he was throwing about 92, 93. In the major leagues, he's throwing 94, 95. That's what I saw at the minor leagues, 94, 95. And every pitch moves. He locates. I'm really high on Trey Gibson. Now, I've talked to a couple people, scouts and people whose opinion I really respect in the game. What do you think of this kid? And I've heard mixed opinions. I've heard some people think he's a back rotation guy if he tops out, which I see better than that. I see more than just back rotation. I mean, it's top 100 pitcher right now. He still qualifies for prospect lists, and he's the back end of the Baseball America list. To me, Tim, 94, 95 with pitches that really move. The one pitch that I have not seen effective in the major leagues yet is the death ball, the slider, which the death ball slider breaks more down than across the zone. And that pitch was devastating for him at times on the farm.
If there's been one thing to nitpick for Trey Gibson, it's hard to glean so much from 4 outings, 3 starts. The swing and miss has not been there so far.
Yes.
He had 38 strikeouts in 38 innings this season at Norfolk. He only has 5 strikeouts in 17 innings so far, Steve.
But let's look deeper into that from last night's StatCast. He got 7 whiffs on 34 swings last night. No strikeouts, but swing and miss. So that's 21%. The pitches that they swung at, they whiffed. Now, on the other side of the ledger, you had a pitcher much more established and with a great record in Emerson Hancock. He got 24% whiffs. 24 for Hancock, 21 for Gibson. So the strikeout disparity was there. The whiff disparity was not. I think Trey Gibson, when I want to ask him this week, why is the death ball not working yet? Is it just not been an effective pitch for it? I haven't seen it a lot, but he's got a lot of weapons. So I think he's never going to be a big strikeout guy, but I think he's not often going to have 0 or 1 either.
And it seems like Trey Gibson will get at least a little bit of run in this starting rotation because Chris Bassett, he was placed on the 15-day IL yesterday. The club's getting a second opinion on Bassett's back, and Craig Albernaz was asked if he's hopeful that Bassett will be ready after the minimum 15 days, and Albernaz said it's too soon to know right now. So you always get worried when you hear second opinions about anything, and obviously backs are as debilitating as it gets. Trey Gibson, and he was asked after the game as well, like, of course he's excited, obviously sad, and you know, you never want to see a teammate hurt, but he will probably get this opportunity to get a little bit of run here.
Yeah, could be 3 starts, could be more, could be just 2 if Bassett comes back right at his eligible day, which right now the tea leaves are making that look like a challenge for him. So it's sooner than we thought for Trey Gibson. It's sooner than I thought. But he's here now. He's been pretty credible in these outings. And with a play or 2 here and there, his ERA could look a little better. He gave some inherited runs scored last night on the Grand Slam. So I'm in favor of throwing him out there again. Homegrown product. Totally. And he was not drafted. People forget. He was in that shortened 2020 5-round draft, signed after the draft. But no one took him in 20 rounds, Tim. And he once told me that he did not have a lot of offers. If you go look at his Cape Cod League stats, They were really bad. I mean, really bad. But the Orioles had a scout that saw some of those games that liked something, whether it's ability to spin the ball, his dogged determination, something, 95, whatever it is, and they signed him out of Liberty, an undrafted player, and it would be quite the story if he winds up being a decent rotation piece.
And there could be some more reinforcements when it comes to the starting rotation. Dean Kramer, he's scheduled to throw a live batting practice session later this week. He's on the 60-day IL, not eligible to come off till June 19th. Obviously, he's going to need more time than that. And Kapovich, dealing with a left elbow inflammation, scheduled to throw bullpen sessions this week as well. We're going to get into the Ravens later on this hour at 2:45. If the Ravens don't bring in a veteran wide receiver who could end up winning the number 3 receiver spot, we'll also update you on who's there, who's not at mandatory minicamp. Jesse Minter and other players set to meet with the media at 2:45 as well. But coming up next, Ryan Divish, who is a Mariners beat reporter for the Seattle Times. We will ask him about everything with the Mariners. I remember Mariners fans were upset. Josh Naylor off to a really slow start. Well, that's all behind him. We're talking to Ryan next.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Hey Birdland, the biggest soccer event of the summer is almost here, and the crossover kit is back. Hit the yard on Saturday, June 13th, as the Orioles host the San Diego Padres at 4:05. Be one of 15,000 fans to receive an Orioles soccer jersey presented by Point Breeze Credit Union. Don't miss out on scoring this must-have soccer jersey or rooting on the red, white, and blue in your Baltimore Orioles all summer long. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece ham-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
For 80 years, people have gone to Lincoln Tech to get serious about their future. Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for: fixing, building, connecting, and making a difference in their communities. At Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus, you can train in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting, and gain hands-on experience built for the real world. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
All right, fellas, Bob Haynie here. Baseball season underway, and you never want to get caught sitting in the dugout when it's time to step up to the plate. You want to be ready for game time. No rain delays, no slow starts, just confidence when your number is called. That's why I've been telling you about Blue Chew, and now they've got something new to take your game to another level: Blue Chew Gold. This stuff works fast, like 15 minutes fast, and it's designed to help both your head and body get in the game. It combines 2 proven ingredients for circulation, plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection from the inside out. Look, we're not rookies anymore, guys, and if there's an upgrade that helps your performance, you take it. It's as simple as that. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. Stay ready so you don't have to get ready, and make it happen with Blue Chew Gold.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
One swing made the difference in last night's series opener between the Orioles and Mariners. Josh Naylor went deep off Anthony Nunez with the bases loaded in the fifth inning to give Seattle a 5-1 advantage at the time, and they would go on to win 6-3. After getting off to a surprisingly strong start, Nunez has now started to unravel in the past month plus. He holds a 7.94 ERA since the start of May with 17 hits and 9 walks allowed in 17 innings pitched.
He walks the first hitter, yes, gives up the big blow, but then after that, like he just showed who he's capable of, and that's the roller coaster we have to ride with young pitchers. He can close games, he can go multiple innings, it's just the inconsistency of throwing strikes and getting ahead.
There's Albernaz on his rookie reliever. The series continues this evening when Trevor Rogers opposes Logan Gilbert. Our pregame coverage will get rolling at 5:30 when we broadcast Baltimore baseball tonight live from Pickles Pub. First pitch at 6:35. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Farnan & Dermer. Call the Comfort Guys, Farnan & Dermer. Right now from BGE, get up to $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For details, call 410-367-7777. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps peaking around 80. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
O's looking to snap a 3-game skid tonight against the Mariners. Game 2 of a 4-game series. 6:35 first pitch at Camden Yards. 5:30 Baltimore baseball tonight with Bob Haynie, Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick live from Pickles Pub. But joining us now to talk about the Mariners from a Seattle perspective is Ryan Divish, who covers the M's for the Seattle Times. And Ryan, early in the offseason, Josh Naylor signed that 5-year contract extension with the Mariners. And like anyone that signs a big money deal, you want instant success. And the first month of his season got off to a bit of a slow start, but I guess it's safe to say Josh Naylor's hit his stride.
Yeah, he's been outstanding. That first month, it was kind of some rougher weather back in Seattle. Ball wasn't carrying, and he pretty much was swinging at the first pitch of every count. It seemed like it didn't really matter where it was pitched. You look, he's one of the people that swings at the first pitch more than anybody in baseball. And I think, it just wasn't swinging at good pitches. And we've seen him have a little bit more patience lately and work pitchers back in the zone. And he's gotten hot, and he's that type of guy. I mean, I'm sure by the end of the weekend, Orioles fans will probably loathe him tremendously. He has that effect on opposing fans, but he is the biggest free agent the Mariners have signed under GM Jerry DiPoto in terms of a position player. Prior to that, it was Mitch Carver for $18 million. So they invested a lot of money in Naylor. They got, a fairly lengthy audition last year from about mid-August all the way to the end of the season, and they really like what they saw, and they felt like he was a good fit for them.
Well, this Mariner rotation's been good for a long time, and I think what makes them maybe the envy of most other teams in Major League Baseball is it's almost entirely homegrown. And furthermore, in Baltimore, this is going to anger some Oriole fans because the Orioles have not drafted a first-round pitcher since Grayson Rodriguez. The Mariners in the first 3 games of this series are throwing 3 of their homegrown first-round picks. Tim Emerson Hancock, first round 2020, pitched last night. Logan Gilbert, first round 2018. George Kirby, first round 2019, go the next 2 nights. And oh, by the way, Brian Wu pitching Thursday, round 6, 2021. Ryan, are they the envy of the sport? How did they do this, and how locked up are these guys?
Yeah, it's in terms of depth, none of these guys are Scooble, obviously, but they're all, top high-level front of the rotation guys. 5 of the 6 are guys that they drafted out of college. It's funny, their scouting director is a guy named Scott Hunter. He's from Virginia, Maryland, Virginia area, and he lives there, and he's the guy that's really been the architect of all of this. They looked at drafting pitchers. They looked at the ideas of what they wanted. Now, it wasn't like the Angels where they spent a whole draft on pitchers, but, they were picking in the middle rounds. Other than Hancock, who was the number 6 overall pick, and that was the COVID draft. Most of these guys are in the 18s, and then Brian Wu had a losing record in college and was had Tommy John surgery and was recovering from it. Bryce Miller was essentially a reliever most of his college career, and they took him in the 4th round, I believe. They have really good pitching people. They have people that understand what makes pitching good in terms of mechanics. They have data guys that understand it, and then they have great scouts who go out and find guys that fit their mentality of just really attacking the strike zone, being efficient. It's really weird, as I figured at least one of these pitchers would be in a Baltimore Orioles uniform. For so long, it always seemed like it would match up, whether it was Mayo or Westberg or any of those guys that were hitting prospects that, when the Orioles really needed starting pitching and they couldn't get any, we always felt like that would be a trade that made a lot of sense. But the Mariners also knew that they didn't want to give up on starters because it's just hard to find good ones, and they decided to keep that group together, and now they kind of have an embarrassment of riches. They have the 2 best pitching prospects in all of minor league baseball, and Cade Anderson, a lefty, and Ryan Sloan, a righty. They're 2 of the best right now. So they've got 8 deep in starters.
We're speaking to Ryan Divish, Mariners beat reporter for the Seattle Times. It's Inside Access on the Fan. Well, Ryan, let's talk about a top position player prospect, Colt Emerson, who he got a contract extension from Seattle. What have you thought of his initial run in the big leagues?
I've been nothing but impressed. I was impressed with him 2 years ago when they brought him into big league camp at 19 years old and had him be in big league camp and how he carried himself. He's unbelievably serious. I don't know that I've ever seen him smile on a baseball field, whether it's during practice or games. We joke that he came out of the womb at 30 years old, but that's why he's here. It's because he obviously has some talent. He has a little bit of power. He's pretty athletic. He's not overwhelming in any one way. It's not like the Holiday kid who just hit tanks when he was in high school. This kid was just kind of good at everything. And he stayed that way, and he's performed. But I think the biggest thing that's been his carrying tool is kind of the maturity that he has at 20 years old, and that he's able to handle all of this. He came up, played third base to start with, not his primary position. Now he's playing some shortstop with J.B. Crawford out. He's just been outstanding. I think the one thing is the league will adjust. Cole Young, the second baseman, had this happen to him last year. The league will adjust. We saw some guys get him out in the previous series on some high fastballs. I think that's where you attack him. And it's how long will it take for Colt to adjust back to it. But given everything we've seen and how hard he works and kind of the maturity of his approach in the strike zone, you know, he will adjust to that again. So I've been really impressed with everything he's done. You know, they really have. They have drafted so well. You know, so much of their guys, Cal Raleigh, you know, draft pick, Julio Rodriguez, an international signing. You know, they essentially got J.P. Crawford. They traded for him when he was kind of a broken prospect. They have brought up guys and developed them for the most part and helped build their roster with guys that are homegrown.
I'm telling you, Seattle is an amazing city, and that ballpark is incredible. And if you're a Major League Baseball player, there are probably a lot of worse places you could be than Seattle, especially with that pitching. If you're a position player, you want to go somewhere to get outs. But so, Ryan, you mentioned Cal Raleigh, who the buildup was such that he was like 18th for the MVP a couple years ago, 12th, and then second last year when he had 60 homers, 948 OPS. Until he got hurt this year. He's on the IL now, of course. He wasn't hitting 560 OPS. What has been going on with him?
I think he was kind of the WBC did not help him. He's a guy that would log, you know, I wrote a big story about it, but he's a guy that in spring training got there 4:30 in the morning to get his lifting in and his treatment and all his stuff, and wouldn't leave till almost 8 o'clock at night. And, you know, taking, whether it's playing in the game that day or going over to the minor league games and taking 12 at-bats in a game, he just didn't get the requisite work in the WBC. They were essentially gone for almost 3 weeks, you know, and they practice about 2 hours a day there, and it's pretty limited. And then he didn't play very much because he wasn't performing, so he really struggled with that. And then kind of like me in college, he tried like to cram everything in the last 3 or 4 days that he was there before finals, before the opening day. And I think that's kind of what led to some of the struggles. He didn't have very good timing. He was struggling to find it when the season opened. And I think it also kind of led to some of the oblique issues as well. Like he just was trying to build back what was lost from spring training in a short amount of time. And I think that opened him up to the oblique injury. There was a stretch where he started to put up Cal Raleigh-like numbers for about 3 weeks. Then the oblique started to tighten up. Then he eventually strained it. I think having him be on the injured list and working his way back, he's going to come back healthy, and he's going to come back, you know, having played in plenty of games and on a rehab assignment and be ready to go.
He's Ryan Divish, covers the Mariners for the Seattle Times. Ryan, thanks so much for taking the time. We appreciate it.
No problem. Thanks, guys.
We're going to get back into the Orioles at 3:15, give you our expectations for Trevor Rogers tonight. Spoiler alert, the Mariners struggle against left-handed pitching. Mike Bordick, Oriole Hall of Famer, he's going to be joining us at the top of the hour. But coming up next, we're going to get into the Ravens. They just about wrapped up their first mandatory minicamp practice. They have another one tomorrow, and then a long break until training camp. But the question we're asking, if the Ravens don't bring in a veteran wide receiver, who's going to end up winning that number 3 spot? We'll tell you next.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We recap the Stanley Cup Final and preview the NBA Finals, and we'll get into the Orioles-Mariners Game 3.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. The San Antonio Spurs responded, and they won Game 3 last night at Madison Square Garden. Victor Wembanyama had 32 points. The Knicks still controlled the series. But last night, they saw what happens when San Antonio hits shots late and they don't turn the ball over in the final 2 minutes. Game 4 is Wednesday night. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Today, cloudy high of 81. Tonight, cloudy low around 70. Tomorrow, high near 87.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Biggest thing I think is just that they're versatile players that do some really good things. They're not exactly the same. You know, our vision for Jacoby's probably a little bit different than maybe the vision for Surratt. They're going to compete for playing time, right? They both catch the ball really well. They're both big, but they're not exactly identical.
That was GM Eric DeCosta following the draft, talking about the two guys that they did draft at the wide receiver position, Jacoby Lane out of USC, Elijah Surratt at Indiana. And before we get to the third wide receiver, this, according to Jamison Hensley, who covers the Ravens for ESPN, these notable Ravens were not on the practice field first day of mandatory minicamp. Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman, Ronnie Stanley, Nate Wiggins, John Jenkins, Travis Jones, Corey Bullock, Nnamdi Madubuike, and Teddy Buchanan. So a very lengthy list. Now, Jeff Zrebeck, who covers the Ravens for The Athletic, he tweeted this out. Jesse Minter is meeting with the media as we speak. We will play some sound at 4 from Minter and Roquan Smith, among others. This Jeff tweeted out. Jesse Minter said every player is in the building. A few are dealing with minor injuries and a few players are sick. Said he expects just about everybody to be full go for the start of training camp. He was asked specifically about Nnamdi Madubuike. Minter said they feel good about where he's at. And Steve, this has been a lengthy process with Nnamdi Madubuike. This goes back to week 2, the beginning of last year, when he suffered this neck injury, and the team, understandably so, very mum about it. A neck is very, very serious, and they've defaulted to say, well, Nnamdi's going to talk when he talks. I would think, I'm speculating here, Ken and I thought this, that usually the day before training camp, they make veterans available. I would think that Nnamdi Madubuike would talk then ahead of training camp, but that's a huge question mark because he's a heck of a football player.
Well, they want to see him on the field, not in the interview room, so hopefully that's going to work out for him. But there's so much new, Tim. For me, amateur analysis here, the Ravens are an 8-9 team until they prove otherwise. All new, just about all new coaches, some inexperience there, inexperienced coordinator in calling his own plays, big turnover on the roster. A lot of positions like the one we're about to talk about does not show great depth right now. So right now, the Ravens have some of the best playmakers in the league, we know, headed by Lamar. But they need to prove, I think, to their own fans and maybe to their own selves that they're better than 8-9. I think most people think they're going to be, but until you do it, you haven't done it.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, Steve. Like, this time a year ago, everyone was saying that this is the best roster in football, and they were the prohibitive Super Bowl favorite, and it ended up being one of, I think, the most disappointing season in franchise history, and they lost a ton of guys this offseason. And some of the position groups you feel better about, some worse, but overall, I feel like last year's roster was better. But oddly enough, Steve, the AFC is more wide open than ever. So Vegas still loves the Ravens, and a big reason why is Lamar Jackson. But the big question that we've been asking a lot this offseason is, who the heck is he going to throw the football to, Steve? Isaiah Likely, Charlie Kolar, they are gone from the tight end room. Mark Andrews, he's coming off his worst year of his career. They drafted a pair of tight ends in the draft, but focusing on the wide receiver position, Zay Flowers is a stud, and Zay Flowers, we expect, will get a contract extension at some point, I think prior to week 1. Rashad Bateman had a great 2024 season, but he's coming off a season, Steve, in which he had 19 catches. It was very disappointing for him. Beyond those two guys, there are 7 career catches, the rest of the receiving group, and all 7 of them are Devontae Walker. And Tez Walker, he's been Mr. Touchdown, really. He doesn't, of those 7 catches, 4 of them have been for touchdowns, including the one in that final regular season game against the Steelers. And then 2 mid-round rookies, Jacoby Lane and Elijah Surratt. And both of these guys are contested catch guys. I actually really like Surratt, and some of the draft guys that we've had on have been almost higher on Surratt than Jacoby Lane. I still believe that they will probably go out and get a veteran, and I think that they need to. But of this group, they're going to give Tez Walker a chance here. He's entering his year 3. But I think it may end up being Surratt when it's all said and done if they don't add
He's the leader in the clubhouse for me after catching a 60-yard pass from Lamar today.
Yes.
According to the reporters who were watching the mandatory mini camp, 60-yard pass, which they say has been Lamar's best throw they've seen in the workouts this offseason, too. Elijah Surratt, a fourth-round pick out of Indiana, got the big body. Also, Tim had 15 catches for touchdowns last year. The great nickname, his dad calls him Waffle House because he's always open.
That is great.
So, but to me, there's promise here with both these wide receivers, Lane and Surratt. But they were taken third and fourth round. The two starters, Flowers and Bateman, they're first-round picks. So these are not premium draft picks, but they're still pretty high up the board. And I think a lot is expected. But this position is not deep enough. The Ravens probably are going to sign one or two guys among free agents still out there maybe before camp starts. Devontae Walker's his third year with Lamar, so that should help. The relationship there continues to grow, and he's obviously made some big plays in limited time. So they've got some promise at the position. What they don't have is proven depth at the position, and when your quarterback is one of the best in the league, you got to have some guys for him to throw the ball to. And when you're playing a lot of 3 wide receiver sets, you better have about 6 wide receivers you can count on.
I'm with you, Steve. And we know that Lamar loves throwing the tight ends too, and there's a lot of uncertainty there. And what does Mark Andrews look like trying to bounce back coming off a down 2025 season? But we're going to get more into the Ravens at 4. We're going to hear sound Ravens meeting with the media as we speak following day 1 of mandatory minicamp. At 3:15, we're going to talk Trevor Rogers. What are our expectations for him heading into this start tonight? He's been at least trending upwards over his past couple of starts. Can he continue to do that? We'll let you know then. But coming up next, Mike Bordick, Oriole Hall of Famer. We talked about Anthony Nunez in the open. How would Bordy handle Anthony Nunez moving forward? He'll tell us next.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Treat yourself this summer and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary, fat, delicious, award-winning crab cakes. And if you haven't visited the newest Costas Inn location at the Fairgrounds in Timonium, it's on the second floor of the grandstand, and now's the time to check it out. Enjoy your favorites from the original Costas Inn, plus tons of TVs with live sports and a new draft system holding 12 beers on tap. Check out either Costas Inn today, and when you do, make sure you tell them Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. If you're planning your next big home upgrade, Town Appliance is the only place you need to go. They carry top brands like Bosch and more, whether you're upgrading your kitchen with a new refrigerator, range, or dishwasher, and adding a beverage center and air conditioner to stay cool. They have it all with flexible financing. Their showroom right off of Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. And Mare, they really know their stuff, so visit the showroom. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
A few seats still remain for the Black Crows and Whiskey Myers Southern Hospitality Tour, coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion on June 16th, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Orioles are 3 for 20 with runners in scoring position during their 3-game losing streak. Manager Craig Albernaz spoke about the team struggling to deliver enough big hits over this stretch.
You're proud of how they fought, and because every opportunity, like we talked about pregame, like the blows, like we could have easily, our guys could have folded, but they kept on fighting and giving ourselves opportunity. It's just that big knock just eluded us.
Trevor Rogers will take the ball tonight in Game 2 of a 4-game series against the Mariners. Last time out versus the Red Sox, Rogers threw 5 2/3 innings of 1-run ball. Seattle will start Logan Gilbert. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haynie and Mike Bordick gets underway at 5:30 live from Pickles Pub. The Stanley Cup Final rolls on tonight from Las Vegas. The Golden Knights won Game 4 5-4 in double overtime to take a 2-1 series lead. Puck drop is set for 8. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the upper 70s with an overnight low of 67. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 89. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Hey, yeah, I want to shoot, baby, shoot.
O's really need a bounce-back performance tonight after dropping 3 straight games. Orioles taking on the Mariners, Game 2 of a 4-game series. 6:35 first pitch at Camden Yards. 5:30 Baltimore baseball tonight with Bob Haynie and our next guest. You know him. You love him. He's Oriole Hall of Famer, Mike Bordick. And Bordy, the big blow in the game was Naylor's grand slam off Anthony Nunez. And it's been a rough stretch for Nunez, who was great to start the year. Awesome. But he's given up 17 earned runs in his last 19 innings, Bordy. How do you expect the Orioles to handle him moving forward?
Well, Bone, thanks for having me today. And, that's going to be an interesting kind of scenario here, how they really do, because I think there are a few things you can do with him. Unfortunately, when you think about sending a guy like him down to the minor leagues just to get that so-called reset that has become kind of commonplace in baseball, you just wonder who the heck's going to come in and fill in for him. I mean, because he's got some of the filthiest stuff, we've seen, and he's had great success in the big leagues, albeit it might have been a little bit of a surprise attack because he's a new young arm. And to that point, I think therein lies the problem. I just think he got overused, man. And I think that's the problem with the game today. Even though bullpens are full of guys throwing 98 miles an hour and filthy stuff, they're all overexposed. They're all overused. Balls are going all over the place. I mean, Rico Garcia, another one of these great arms in the Oriole bullpen, is almost matching career highs in innings pitched already. And Nunez is the same way. I mean, this is all uncharted territory for these guys. And to be honest with you, I just think, man, they both have pitched almost half of this team's game. So they got to be careful there and kind of manage the innings. And they can do an in-season kind of reset by putting in him in less leverage situations, just so he can get the feel back again, because this stuff is really dominating stuff.
What a pleasure to be live on the radio with Mike Bordick. I feel I'm getting between Bordy and the bone. I feel like a real intruder here right now, and I'm going to try not to mess this up. So Bordy, I want to ask you about Samuel Basallo. We all see the evident talent. Sunday at the end of the postgame, there were some interesting comments made by Craig Albernaz, and he made a few more yesterday pregame. He said he's fine. What I mean by that, he has like a bony growth in his left wrist, so it's one of those things where it's going to be uncomfortable, something he's always had. We talked about with young players, one of the things with Sammy is knowing his body, playing through some things. He's going to have to learn on the fly. He's shown the skill, the impact he can make. It's real. But this is another step in his development, knowing how to play through some pain and not being 100% all the time. How do you feel about how they handled that? Because they kind of brought that out here to all of us to know that there's not an issue here between manager and player, but I think there's just a small rough patch, maybe I'll call it.
Wow, Steve, this might be the most interesting, situation that Albernaz has got himself in. There's been some questionable moves, I think, on the field, but dealing with his young players. Very rarely do you see a manager expose a player in public. Typically, it's for lack of hustle, because everybody in the public will be on the side of that. Come on, major league player makes so much money, you better be able to hustle down the baseline. So everybody supports a manager. But when you call out a player really for their toughness, listen, that's kind of conversation that needs to be held behind closed doors. Maybe with the training staff, maybe with a veteran player. I kind of feel bad a little bit for Basallo and also for Albernaz, because he's trying to learn his way, and he's trying to make a point, I think, in this organization that toughness is a requirement for Major League Baseball. So I'm not saying Albernaz is saying the wrong thing. I'm just saying it might not have been a smart idea to make it public, because, then you're exposing some things as it is. And Steve, you can attest to this maybe more than me. I feel like he says too much to the media about his young team anyway. Instead of just sticking with the game and talk about the game, you do not have to get into the emotions and the behind the scenes stuff about these young players.
We're speaking to Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick. It's Inside Access on the Fan. Bordy, I know this happened Sunday, but I do want to get your thoughts on the Ernie Clement play where he went outside of the base path. Look, did Gunnar handle that the right way? Because they were saying, he wasn't really making a real attempt at the tag. How did you see that play?
No, I've seen it every way possible and tried to look at every side possible, and Gunnar made a distinct move towards Clement and actually reached out with his glove. Now his body wasn't fully extended, but it was enough for him to make his baseline go to center field. I mean, let's go. He wasn't going anywhere near second base. That was the worst call I've ever seen. And oh my gosh, it was so bad. And I guess the problem was how it was bookended, because Gunnar making the error just before that doesn't look good, and Boz not being able to control the situation after that certainly didn't look good. But that was a terrible umpiring call. It really was.
Bordy, can you do 6 more segments with us after this, man? You are the highlight of this show, buddy. You're bringing it, man. And that's
Fired Up Bordy's the best.
We love Fired Up Bordy is the best. He's the best, no matter if he's not fired up.
For BBC, baby, I gotta say.
Yeah, I know, man. Don't use all your swings here, buddy. You got to hear later. All right, here's one I want to know your opinion because I respect it so much. When you watch this young kid, Trey Gibson, pitch, what are you seeing right now? What are your thoughts for him in the next year?
Well, he is really, really interesting to me because I guess organizationally and professionally, he might be considered a top prospect. Nothing I've seen so far has been really overwhelming as far as, a put-away pitch. I heard he's got a death pitch that, is one of his breaking balls, but he doesn't seem to go to it very often because he isn't striking anybody out. So that's kind of the concern for me. I feel like his stuff could play, and why can't there be a dominant ground ball pitcher again in baseball that has low strikeout rate? And that's kind of the way he works, I guess. So it's just going to be interesting to see. Right now, nothing is really overwhelming to where I say, oh, yeah, this guy is going to fit in and be legit. But his stuff plays well enough right now to where, to be honest with you, I was a little surprised he got the hook because of, first of all, how important it is for starting pitchers to go as deep as they possibly can. And even though he might have been giving up some contact, I didn't know that justified being taken out because I've seen a lot worse from some of our guys in the rotation, and they keep them in there, a little bit longer. And then I think also, Albanez has already said, listen, the player development is ugly. Well, if you want to develop a starting pitcher, you better be ready to deal with some ugliness because they have to learn to get deep in the ball games. And if Trey Gibson is indeed one of our top arms that potentially could fit into our rotation, he's got to learn, and he's got to learn in the big league. So why not try to push him just a little bit and see what he's got? Because right now, if you ask me, he's got some cojones. He don't care, man. Here you go. Hit it if you can. I mean, really, you know what I'm saying? He's challenging guys. So you have to admire that. That's for sure.
Bordy, let's end with my weekly Trevor Rogers question to you. Coming off a 1 earned run outing against the Red Sox, the O's, they really need tonight. You don't want to have a 4-game losing streak. And here's a stat for you for BBT tonight, Bordy. Mariners, 29th in OPS against left-handed pitching. What are you expecting out of Rogers tonight?
Oh, my gosh. Wow. Well, I expect him to pitch pretty well, to be honest with you. I think the fine line is going to come at the breaking point, right? So when does Albanez go get him is going to be a crucial part in the game. Listen, he's had a couple outings here where he's gotten to the middle part of the game pitching pretty well. And then all of a sudden, 1 or 2 things happen and things get a little unrailed. But, I think he's throwing well. I can sense his confidence is coming back a little bit. I think he is at the point where, he's got to start showing up, man, or something's got to happen, because when Dean Kramer comes back, if Trey Gibson's throwing okay, decisions have to be made. You know what I mean? As far as stabilizing the rotation, it looks like he's heading in the right direction. I expect him to have a pretty good game tonight as well, just because of that fact. It wasn't that number, but I had actually heard that they have a hard time against lefties. Let's hope Rogers can command his stuff. And I think the sweeper is going to come up big against these lefties tonight. But ultimately, with everybody in this rotation, it comes down to their fastball command. So hopefully he can get some early strikes because getting ahead, we all know, is probably the most important thing for this rotation.
He's Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick. You're going to hear him immediately following this show with the Bobster. Baltimore baseball tonight, previewing O's Mariners Game 2 of a 4-game series. Bordy, thanks. We'll be listening.
All right. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, Michael.
Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we're going to take your calls. So if you want to jump to the front of the line, now is your chance. 410-583-1057. You want to talk O's, your expectations for Trevor Rogers. Is the sky falling again now that they're in the midst of a 3-game losing streak? Or do you want to talk Ravens? 410-583-1057. Who do you expect to be their number 3 wide receiver? Is their number 3 wide receiver even on their roster? We're going to take your calls at 3:30. But coming up next, we're going to continue the conversation about Trevor Rogers. Is he starting to get back on track? Can he continue to head in the right direction against a Mariners lineup that struggles against left-handed pitching? We'll tell you next.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We recap the Stanley Cup Final and preview the NBA Finals, and we'll get into the Orioles-Mariners Game 3.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
For 80 years, Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for, making a difference in their communities. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
Hey, you feel that? Yeah, that's spring. Everything's waking up. Hey, it's Ed. It got me thinking, why should the flowers have all the fun? So I made a little pit stop at Lions Den while I was in town. Let's just say I left with a few upgrades. Now the mood at home hits differently, much differently. So awaken your senses at Lions Den, Pasadena, Catonsville, Cockeysville, and Severn. LionsDen.com, of course. Get some pleasure, passion, romance in your life. LionsDen.com.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-506-8154. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-506-8154 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-506-8154 to see if you qualify. That's 800-506-8154.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Are you looking for your next opportunity in the commercial mechanical trades where you're valued for your experience and hard work? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring qualified and licensed HVAC and plumbing mechanics with a signing bonus of $3,000. Join a company with an unwavering commitment to integrity, honesty, teamwork, and faith. If you're ready to take your career to the next level, Ariosa Mechanical wants to hear from you. Visit ariosamechanical.com. That's ariosamechanical.com.
What's up, y'all? It's Draymond. On my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, I'm calling it exactly how I see it with my real opinions on the league, the games, and the business of basketball. And with the NBA Finals here, you already know I'm breaking down every game, every adjustment, and every big moment as it happens. When Victor Wembanyama's in the paint, the Knicks, they gotta be feeling it. If you love basketball, this is where the conversation happens. Listen to and follow the Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcast.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalase. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
I think so. I think I've found, the pace in my delivery that's consistent. And I kind of caught myself trying to speed up too much. So really I wouldn't say going down an extra gear, but, really just focus on a big deep breath between each pitch and making sure my pace throughout my delivery is consistent throughout the game. I think I found myself, if it's in a tough spot, quickening up my delivery, and that affects my command. So if I know that my tempo and my pace is in a good spot, then that translates down the mound.
That was Trevor Rogers following his last start at Fenway Park, in which he went 5 2/3 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. And that was a step in the right direction, Steve. And the prior start against the Blue Jays, it was going great until it wasn't. He went 6 shutout, came back out for the 7th inning, gave up 2 two-run homers, and then that ended on a very sour note. But it feels like, and maybe I'm grading on a curve here, Steve, it feels like over his last couple of starts, he's at least turned the corner some. Because there was starts there, Steve, where he was getting hammered out of the gate, and it was just non-competitive.
Yeah, I think this started 3 starts ago. And the third to last start and the second to last were statistically not good. This last one was. So I think we could see it coming, Tim. He was making gains. And Albernaz said it about a week or 2 ago. When this guy is effective with his fastball into righties, it opens the whole plate up to him. He's not, again, he's like we were saying about Gibson. He's not overwhelming with his stuff, but when he's pinpointing his stuff, he's really good with it. So he's not a big strikeout guy either. He's got to go in and out, up and down, stay ahead of hitters. But a lot of it starts with the fastball in. Tim, if that fastball leaks over the middle, it goes 400 feet. If it gets in his kitchen, it's a ground ball to shortstop or a weak pop-up. So that's really what he's got to do tonight against Julio Rodriguez or Rosarena and whatever other power righty bats he sees in that lineup. But I feel like he has turned the corner. I'm not ready to say he's the 1.81 Trevor Rogers, but I don't think he's the 6 ERA guy either.
I don't think anyone's expecting to see that guy from last year the rest of the season. But for me, Steve, it's just the starting rotation as a whole over the past couple of weeks has been really good. And I know there's been a couple of, Boz, it ended poorly. I think, he didn't get over the missed call, and Bradish over the weekend. But both those guys have really been trending upwards in a big, big way. If Rogers can just, if he can be Dean Kramer, Steve, an ERA around 4 the rest of the way or around I think every Orioles fan would sign up for that. It's just those outings when it was really going bad where they were just out of the game a couple innings in, that just can't happen with the regularity that it was.
Yeah. And these last 2 starts, I think he took shutouts into the middle innings maybe. Yeah. The one before, of course, he rolled through 6, and then he gave up 2 homers in span of 10 or 12 pitches in the 7th. So it's getting away from him late. You pointed out how poor his stats are when he gets past pitch 75, and they're really bad. And I bet you have those.
Yeah, I have
now.
them up, and I even have the prior year as well, Steve, because I gave these stats when we were doing BBT prior to his last start, and of course it kind of bit him in the butt again. Last year, pitches 76 through 100. Opposing batters were hitting 205. They had a 564 OPS, which is really, really good for a pitcher, really bad for a batter. Pitches 76 through 100 this year. It's a complete 180. Batters are hitting 455, slugging 970, OPS over 1,500. He's just getting hammered. And that's what you're seeing in these past couple of starts where it has been really good. It's just kind of ended in a bit of a thud. So I think that's got to factor into the calculus for Craig Albernaz moving forward.
Some of this factors into command, too, because, again, if he's getting in their kitchen with the fastball into righties, they can't eliminate that. And they can't eliminate now the secondaries, which come after that. But if he's not commanding that fastball, all of a sudden now they're leaning out over the plate and they're looking for the fastball and adjusting to the changeup and hitting them both. So if the guy's not pinpointing the heat against the righties, watch that early tonight. Is he getting in their kitchen? Is he getting outs into righties? Because that sets it all up.
And this feels like a big game for the Orioles, right? You're 5 games below 500 again. You're in a 3-game losing streak. This is a much better home team compared to road. You lost the first game of the homestand. Logan Gilbert is starting for the Mariners, and he's having a really solid season. Of course, Trevor Rogers, who we're talking about. But this Mariners lineup has the second lowest OPS versus left-handed pitching with a 626 on the season, Steve. So it feels like a big spot for the team as a whole, but Trevor Rogers being a left-handed pitcher, it's a big spot for him.
Well, just a couple days ago, it felt like the Orioles couldn't lose, right? When they went 10-4, it felt like every time they took the field, man, that this is going to go well. The rotation's rolling. They got it going. Well, the Mariners are 10-3 in their last 13, so they're on the same streak, the same heater the Orioles were on 3 or 4 days ago. And so they're trying to keep it rolling. The Orioles didn't. They sort of tapped out when they got to game 14 or 15, and now they got to get it back. Tim, they just got to win. They got to win like 2 of these next 3. Doesn't matter if it's low scoring, high scoring, pretty, ugly. Right now, falling 5 back, that's danger zone. Wins need to come now.
Well, that's the biggest thing. When you dig yourself into a hole as big as they did, where they were 8 games below 500 after they got swept in St. Pete, style points are out the window, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
You're
just win, baby.
Just to win, baby. Just to win. Coming up at 3:45, I see a lot of people tweeting over the weekend. Tommy Pham, he hit a grand slam for Norfolk, and his opt-out date for his minor league contract is this week. It's June 12th. Could he get called up before then? We'll get into that at 3:45. But coming up next, we're going to take your phone calls. Your expectations for Trevor Rogers tonight, 410-583-1057. Your long-term view for this Orioles team as a whole. Or is the sky falling again for you on this 3-game skid, or are they going to right the ship? And we can get into the Ravens as well. Day 1 of mandatory minicamp. Your expectations for the Ravens at the wide receiver position. Is there wide receiver 3 on the roster right now? 410-583-1057. We'll take your calls next.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
For 80 years, Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for, making a difference in their communities. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. The biggest stage in world soccer is days away, and every goal changes everything. And now, FanDuel is giving you a reason to root for every single one. Introducing Every Goal Pays. Bet on a match and get bonus bets for every goal scored in that match. That's right. More goals means more bonus bets, and all you have to do is turn on your token. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. That's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Opt-in required. Must apply bonus token. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit them at mdgamblinghelp.org or give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number is 1-800-GAMBLER.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit baltimoregolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Anthony Nunez is in the midst of a tough stretch as he has allowed 17 earned runs over his last 19 innings. Manager Craig Albernaz talked about Nunez's recent performances.
Inconsistent right now. I think tonight's outing in particular, where he walks the first hitter, yes, gives up the big blow, but then after that, like he just showed who he's capable of, and that's the roller coaster we have to ride with young pitchers.
The O's look to end a 3-game slide tonight against the Mariners. Trevor Rogers will start opposite Logan Gilbert. Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haney and Mike Bordick, gets underway at 5:30 live from Pickles Pub. The Stanley Cup Final rolls on tonight from Las Vegas. The Golden Knights won Game 4 5-4 in double overtime to take a 2-1 series lead. Puck drop is set for 8. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the upper 70s with an overnight low of 67. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 89. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Ravens, their day one of mini camp is over, and Jesse Minter, he met with the media, Roquan Smith, Calais Campbell. We will get you some of the best sound from today at the top of the hour. We're also talking plenty Orioles today. It's the Birdland Territory edition. That's what we're calling it, Steve, of Inside Access today, and Steve will be back on Friday, so of course working in a lot of Orioles talk as well, but we're working in you, the fan, now, 410-583-1057. You want to talk O's, Ravens, whatever. Trippy is in Baltimore. What's up, Trippy?
Hey, Tim, what's up, my
What's
guy?
going on, man?
Hey, is that my man, Steve Malachi with you?
Molesky, yeah. Steve's here.
He's going to now spend the next minute denigrating me, but go ahead, man. Take
what happened?
Hey, take every shot you got and then fire 3 more.
Oh, man. Is there beef here?
Hey, Steve, I miss you on the Big Bad Morning Show, man. You know, Jeremy about to go on vacation. Hopefully I hear from you very soon, man, you know. But I wanted to talk about the Orioles real quick, man.
Yeah.
I don't know what's up with the Orioles, man. Sometimes they down. But I'm just looking at it like, let's not make no mistakes. Even if we don't make the playoffs, let's try to build for next year. Like, who knows? We still need some pitchers. I mean, we got 2 catchers. I mean, Sammy Basayo, Adley Rutschman. So if Adley Rutschman keeps doing his thing, I hate to say it, but maybe we might could trade Adley or something. You know what I mean? And about the Ravens, right? First of all, hey, Steve, let me ask you a question. Do you think Rashad Bateman is a playmaker?
He needs to be more of one. 19 catches is not enough.
Trippy's not a fan of Rashad.
So right, because I'm still trying to get a better understanding right now. There's not no shot to my man Lamar, right? But fans keep saying, well, the offensive line was hurt. They got to scheme him up better. I blame Todd Munkett. Maybe he's just not that dude. You know what I mean? And to be honest with you, I'd rather see the young guys ball out now because, like, we look at it, right? If he go off this year, I mean, I guess that's good because we can get value for him. But what if he don't go up? We probably just release him and stuff. I'm ready for the young guys to step up. You know what I mean? And another thing is he still ain't at OTAs. Like, come on, man. Like, who is Rashad Bateman not to be at OTAs? Them numbers he had last year is like a rookie wide receiver preseason numbers, if you get what I'm saying. You know what I mean? But other than that, man, I love listening to the show, man. Tim, keep doing your thing, man. Steve Malachi, keep doing your thing, man. I'll talk to you soon, man.
Appreciate you, Trippy. Love you, Trippy. Well, let's start with the O's before we get to the Ravens. I didn't realize you guys have
I was
history
on the morning show, and he took some hit and run cheap shots. It was pretty bad.
Come on.
But yeah, I just laughed. But anyway.
Well, let's start with the Orioles portion of that call. And he mentioned the fact that, you hope you make the playoffs, but if you don't, and then he brings up the 2 catchers and Adley and Samuel Basayo, and we're still ways away from the trade deadline, Steve. The trade deadline's late this year, August 3rd, but I don't think they're going to be in a position, Steve, where, okay, they might miss the playoffs, but are they going to be so far out of it come August 3rd to where there's this big fire sale? I don't know, just because of how bad the American League is.
Right.
But if they were out of it, it's the portion of control with Adley Rutschman. You only have 1 more year in 2027, and who knows what that season could look like with an impending lockout. You might need to consider, listening to some calls.
Well, here the math says if you have 2 all-star catchers, caliber catchers, and you trade 1, you still have 1. Okay, I get that math. But if you do pull the trigger on a trade, especially for promising prospects, they're just prospects.
Yep.
Doesn't mean they'll ever do it. And second, as soon as you make that deal, the other catcher you keep behind may start to show more warts now that he's carrying a heavy load catching. So I think they're in a great spot right now.
Sure.
But Tim, if they do fall out of it, he is a very tradable commodity that could bring a haul if you trade him with 1.5 years of control, and a team has him for parts of 2 years, and he's having an all-star season. So he looks right now like we thought, he's who we thought he was, 2 years ago. And so he might be an all-star for the next 10 years.
To the Ravens portion of Trippy's call, he has not been a fan of Rashad Bateman, Steve. And Bateman, look, I was really high on this guy in 2024. He had a really good season. He was playing great ball down the stretch. You pretty much could have Sharpie him in for a touchdown every single week down the stretch. And I thought he was only going to continue to take off last year. And it was just a no-show type season for Rashad Bateman. And Ken, he's been bringing up, could he possibly be traded this year? I'm still surprised that they haven't brought in a veteran wide receiver at this point, but we do have another call, 410-583-1057. Lauren is in Falston. Lauren, you're on the Fan.
Yes, regarding Trippy. Hello.
Nice.
So, yeah, I feel like there's a Freudian slip. It's funny because with Rashad Bateman, I listen when Trippy calls in, and he also calls him Rashawn.
Yeah.
Which I feel like he does. And I totally understand the criticism towards him. The productivity has just been lacking. Each year we get all hyped on him, and then we just don't get the results, so it's been frustrating, but I just wanted to say hello to Trippy. And also Rashawn catching strays as well. So that's it.
Thanks for the call, Lauren. Look, it's unfortunate, but when you look at Rashad Bateman's career thus far, 2024 is the outlier. Which one of these is not like the other? And he had 9 touchdowns that season. He had 2 more touchdowns in the postseason, Steve. In his other 4 seasons, he has 6 touchdowns combined to the 11 that he had, including postseason, in 2024.
So there are reasons to doubt him, no question about that. And so he sounds like the Orioles version of Cowser a little bit with more service time. He's been there a little longer. So, it's wide receiver is vital for this team. You've got your quarterback. You've got your running back. You hope you're rebuilding your line that will be good enough because it takes a lot to sack this guy. You got to give him someone to throw to. If you have one stud, they can double team that stud, and then your other guys got to step up at some point.
And that was the big issue last year, Steve, where Ken would always joke it was Zay and pray in terms of throwing to guys, and there just wasn't consistent threats. And that's where you go back to 2024, and it was something that the players would say all the time, Todd Monken would say all the time, it's a pick-your-poison offense. You never knew who would lead them in receiving yards any given week. We have a couple more calls real quick. Jonathan is in Essex. Jonathan, you're on the Fan.
What's going on, gentlemen?
Hey,
first of all, just as far as the receiver group, the receiver crew, I think we're going to be okay for right now. We might maybe doing camp, might see we need somebody, but now they're putting in some better pass patterns. They're putting in some professional plays. To me, I think Monken and Harbaugh, they didn't respect Lamar intellectually as far as the capacity of, they kind of gave a judge on what they thought he could control. And it seems like the Declan Doyle is challenging him. And I think that's the biggest thing is what Lamar needs. He needs that challenge. And I look forward to seeing the results of that. And baseball-wise, I'm going to keep calling with Gunner. You want to do this. And I keep hearing even the guys in some of the other shows talking about, well, he's not doing Manny Machado numbers. He's got Gunner on the numbers. I just want everybody to remember, Gunner and Manny are not on the same level. Gunner has got 5 years. Manny's in his 15th year. So a lot of times we trying to, if this was Gunner in 15 years, I might even accept it and say, well, you know what? You had a great career. Manny's done had 2 $300 million contracts, and he's in his 15th year, not his 5th year. So please keep the comparisons away from Manny and Gunner currently. That's all I got to say.
Thanks for the call, Jonathan.
Declan Doyle, getting back to the Ravens, might be the outlier here. He's the X factor. Can he get more out of their passing game than they did? Can he get Rashad Bateman back to a level he once played at? Can he make these rookie draft picks come faster than you hope and make a difference that we're not anticipating?
Oh, Steve, you're right. He's the ultimate X factor. We know what a Jesse Minter defense looks like. We know because the past 2 years in LA with the Chargers and Michigan prior to that, We have no idea what a Declan Doyle offense looks like. This is his first year as a play caller. Now, obviously, we're looking at what Ben Johnson did because he was with the Bears last year as an offensive coordinator, not play caller. Ben Johnson was. And then he worked with Sean Payton for years. So you would expect him to take some from that. But I do want to say, do I think Todd Monken had a great year last year? I don't. But I will say this, and maybe Declan Doyle ends up passing him. Todd Monken is the best offensive coordinator the Ravens have had, and it is not even close in franchise history. What they did in 2024 was unbelievable, historic numbers. Lamar Jackson took his game to the next level and was an MVP his first year under Todd Monken. He should have been back-to-back MVP in 2024, but they gave a charity award to Josh Allen that season. I like the Todd Monken slander going out. I don't necessarily understand, but Lee, Shiloh, I see you guys on hold. We will get to your calls on the other side. If you want to keep calling, 410-583-1057. We'll also get into Tommy Pham. He has an opt-out date, June 12th. Could he be brought up to the Orioles 26-man roster before then? We'll let you know next.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We recap the Stanley Cup Final and preview the NBA Finals, and we'll get into the Orioles-Mariners Game 3.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Game 3 of the NBA Finals goes to the San Antonio Spurs. The Knicks still have the advantage in the series. Game 4 is Wednesday night at Madison Square Garden. After last night, we know this series is returning for Game 5 in San Antonio. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology. If Mercury's in retrograde, sales tank. If Venus is rising, we crush Q4.
You built our revenue forecast off horoscopes?
Yeah, the Zodiac never lies.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Tonight, cloudy low around 70. Tomorrow, high near 87.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
2-2. In the air, well struck left center field and deep. Back to the wall goes Kersey Jr., and this one is onto the berm grass and gone. A grand slam for the veteran Tommy Pham. His third home run of the season. Second of the series, and that'll be a chance to learn here for Owen Murphy.
That call courtesy of MILB TV, and I was seeing this clip circulating on Twitter over the weekend, Steve. That happened on Sunday. Tommy Pham hit a grand slam, and of course, when the Orioles signed him to a minor league deal, I think a lot of fans kind of raised their eyebrows a bit, like, oh man, is Tommy Pham. Now, it's been rough for him, to say the least, at the AAA level, Steve. He's hitting 176. He's got an OPS of 624. But this is kind of an important week because he has an opt-out on Friday, June 12th. Are you expecting him to get a chance with the Orioles? Or
I mean, they're a little unpredictable on this stuff, Tim. I don't see any room at the end. I don't know how close Dylan Beavers is.
Yeah,
but to me, he's next up among the outfielders. And unless they're ready to eat Tyler O'Neill's contract, and there are a lot of people think they aren't, and they don't tell us, so I don't know what they're thinking on that. I don't see it right now. He hit that grand slam Sunday. In his last 4 AAA games, he's got 2 homers, 7 RBIs, 4 hits. But you mentioned his stats overall. So overall, he has not been hitting. He's a 38-year-old outfielder. He's got a reputation for being good in the clubhouse. But, Tim, I think they got that covered.
Yeah.
I mean, would you insert him now and all of a sudden he's trying to lead a team that Pete Alonso's sort of been the leader all year, and you got Gunnar in there, and you got Ward in there, and you got Helsley and Boz and all these veterans who sort of planted their flag, so to speak, and made that clubhouse their own? And now you interject a veteran guy. I would think he'd be smart enough to go in there and find his place rather than go in there and say, okay, I'm here. I have arrived. The man is here. So I don't see it right now. But maybe the Orioles are seeing something we don't.
410-583-1057. We're going to get back into the O's at 4:15. Talk about what a great addition Blaze Alexander has been. And boy, is he swinging a hot bat over the past month or so. But we are going to hit on the Ravens, top of the hour. Here's some fresh sound from first day of minicamp here from Calais Campbell and Jesse Minter. But before we hit a break, let's grab a couple more calls. Lee is in Baltimore. Lee, you're on the Fan.
Hey, how you gentlemen doing today?
Hey.
Doing good.
I just can't keep on listening and dealing with this Rashad Bateman slander that I'm hearing.
All right.
Because it's quite frustrating because a lot of people don't watch football. They're Ravens fans. Rashad Bateman is top 2 in separation in the entire NFL. Where is his targets? Is he a clear out? He had 38 targets last year with 19 receptions out of the 38. That's 50%. He had 11.8 yards per reception last year. He's just not getting the ball. I just don't like how. I mean,
so how did Zay Flowers then get the ball so much?
Let me ask you a question, okay? Do you remember last year when about a couple of years ago when the Ravens played against the Rams, and Nelson Aguilar told Lamar Jackson that he was going to run to the safety to get Zay Flowers open? That was Zay Flowers' rookie year, I believe. Were they using Rashad Bateman as a clear out for Zay Flowers?
I think, Lee, and look, I want to believe in Bateman. I really do. And that's always been the counterpoint. You know, everyone sees that chart every single week, and Rashad Bateman's in the top right when it is for separation. But I think what's been alarming to me, Lee, is outside of 2024, more often than not, Lamar and him are not on the same page, and that is evident by the passer rating when targeting Bateman. Last year it was a 74.9. 2023 it was a 60.6, which is really bad. Now 24 it was fantastic, 125.9, but there's been so many times, and for a guy that's been here since 2021 to not be on the same page with Lamar, that's what's always given me pause. I'm with you. The separation's there, and maybe this ends up being a player, Lee, where change of scenery and he ends up flourishing elsewhere. Maybe that's possible. But for whatever reason, 24 looks like the outlier for him in Baltimore.
I think Rashad Bateman is going to have a hell of a year this year. And
I hope so.
It's going to shut up a lot of fans like Trippy, because I think Trippy just watch football. I don't think he knows it. I think Trippy's one of those fans that just have recognition. He just don't know football.
Well, Lee, I can't take the Trippy slander. We love Trippy.
I don't know. I think the caller makes a great point.
No, but Lee, I get it. And look, the Ravens need Rashad Bateman to get back to the 2024 version, because given the current receiving core, Steve, they need someone to step up outside of Zay Flowers. That is for sure. One more call real quick. Shiloh is in Baltimore. Shiloh, you're on the Fan.
Man, good afternoon. You know what? Hey, I'm glad the guy that just got off the phone, I'm glad that he gave y'all those numbers on the separation. Now, one thing I can say, man, and I know y'all ain't going to let me say too much about Harbaugh, I'm so glad him and his crew is gone, because I really think it wasn't more so of these players. I think it was the system that we've been stuck in for a long time. I will say this, right? You said Lamar and Bateman probably was on the same page. Y'all might got something like that, because at the end of the day, I think once Lamar, and I love Lamar, that's my guy, man. I'm not going to say nothing bad about him. But once Lamar locked, let me be careful. But it's like, they don't give these other guys a chance. Somebody said something about Zay Flowers. Yeah, because Zay Flowers got a lot of talk and he got a lot of numbers, because that's Lamar, man. And it's like let's say, for instance, the guy, Taz Walker. Every time he touched the ball, he scored, but they won't put him in the game. I don't know if it's practice. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's hardball thing, whatever. It's like when these guys produce, like, for instance, when Isaiah had that good year, they forced Andrews back into the playoff, and he did not do anything. I don't know what it was about the system or these guys and these players, but and I say this, and I say it respectfully, the Ravens underuse a lot of talent, man. I mean, like, yeah.
But how is this happening?
Thanks, Charlie. We got to hit a break.
Lamar Jackson is their quarterback. They got a wideout who caught 1,200 yards worth of passes. These other guys, according to these callers, are so great in running routes and separation, and they're doing this and they're doing that. They're doing everything but catching footballs. And you think Lamar or John Harbaugh didn't want a second or third guy to be a marquee talent? The more marquee talents you have, the harder it is to defend. And so I hear all these stats, separation, he did this, he wasn't the main guy. Then you start to look up the catches, and they're not there.
Coming up at 4:30, we're going to get back into Trey Gibson's outing, and could he get an extended run here with Chris Bassett on the IL, and what would that look like? 4:15, we're going to get into Blaze Alexander, kind of compare the production that he's had to Ramon Urias and Jorge Mateo, but coming up next, we're going to keep the Ravens talk going. We're going to hear some sound from Calais Campbell and Jesse Mentor following day one of mandatory minicamp.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Bel Air, it's official. Plaza Ford has become Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Celebrate our grand opening with exclusive offers going on now. Unbeatable deals. See what's new at BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. The biggest stage in world soccer is days away, and every goal changes everything. And now, FanDuel is giving you a reason to root for every single one. Introducing Every Goal Pays. Bet on a match and get bonus bets for every goal scored in that match. That's right. More goals means more bonus bets, and all you have to do is turn on your token. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. That's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Opt-in required. Must apply bonus token. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit them at mdgamblinghelp.org or give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number is 1-800-GAMBLER.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing, simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Memorial Day savings start now at Bel Air Hyundai. Save with 0% 60-month financing and make no payments for 90 days. Online at BelAirHyundai.com.
Comedian Dave Chappelle brings his Pulling Up tour to CFG Bank Arena this Friday, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Orioles are 3 for 20 with runners in scoring position during their 3-game losing streak. Manager Craig Albanez spoke about the team struggling to deliver enough big hits over this stretch.
You're proud of how they fought, and because every opportunity, like we talked about pregame, like the blows, like we could have easily, our guys could have folded, but they kept on fighting and giving themselves opportunity. It's just that big knock just eluded us.
Trevor Rogers will take the ball tonight in Game 2 of a 4-game series against the Mariners. Last time out versus the Red Sox, Rogers threw 5 2/3 innings of 1-run ball. Seattle will start Logan Gilbert. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haynie and Mike Bordick gets underway at 5:30 live from Pickles Pub. The Stanley Cup Final rolls on tonight from Las Vegas. The Golden Knights won Game 4 5-4 in double overtime to take a 2-1 series lead. Puck drop is set for 8. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the upper 70s with an overnight low of 67. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 89. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
The Orioles.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's kind of like the first day of school, where you're excited to see your classmates you haven't seen in like 6 months, whatever, and it's, like your best friends. It's like, man, but a little more time in between. But Matabike, Travis Jones, Broderick, even Kyle Hamilton and, Roquan and, Marlon and, so many of these guys that I, shared the field with that I have so much admiration for, but like really Matabike too. It's just like, like seeing him as a rookie and like his development for the 3 years we played together, and then him turning into like the superstar, and then, him going through his, his situation he's going through right now, and just trying to always be there for him. Like we always kept in touch. Like we're, say good friends, and I'm checking on him the whole way. And then like now it's just like, being here in the same locker room with him, it's been a treat.
That's Calais Campbell following day 1 of mandatory minicamp. And Steve, it's so great that Campbell is back for us, selfishly, because he's a great talker and a great individual, former Walter Payton Man of the Year award winner. But this is someone, despite his age, that's still playing at a pretty good level. He's coming off a year in which he played all 17 games with the Cardinals. He had 6.5 sacks, which, by the way, Steve, would have led the Ravens in sacks last year if he was on the Ravens team. But I called him a freakazoid with Cordell yesterday. He's going to be 40 before week 1. This is going to be his...
Playing on the defensive line.
His 19th season, and he's a defensive lineman. It's unbelievable.
That is crazy. Wow. That's all you can say. When you're in that trench warfare that you're in, if you were 40 and you were the punter or something, that might be okay. Sort of understand that a little bit. 40 years old playing defensive line. We used to be so blown away by George Blanda back in the day playing quarterback. But you don't get hit as much as you do on defensive line.
So Campbell entering year 19. Jesse Minter, rookie head coach. Here's Minter talking about Campbell.
Calais can still play at a really high level. I think his tape last season speaks for itself. On top of how he is as a player, he had, I want to say, 6.5 sacks last year. And sometimes like sack numbers, on a team that didn't win a lot of games. And so it's even more impressive, some of the numbers that he was probably able to have, because you're not playing with the lead all the time and really able to tee off. So I'm excited about what he'll bring between the lines to our defense. And then also very excited about him as a person, him as a leader in the locker room. A lot of the guys know him from his previous stint here, what he does in the community, what he does for our team and our organization. We couldn't be more excited to have Calais.
I think one area in which we really overvalued the Ravens last year was their defensive line, because it wasn't good enough, and it really was exposed when Nnamdi Madubuike was lost for the season with that neck injury week 2. Travis Jones was great for them. And if you're assuming best case scenario, Nnamdi Madubuike, who was not on the practice field, but Jesse Minter is saying still mum about it. Maybe we get some clarity heading into training camp. But if you assume best case scenario, if it's Madubuike, Travis Jones, Calais Campbell, John Jenkins, Rashawn Benny, this defensive line certainly seems to be in a much better state than last year.
Again, we're going to see what Jesse Minter can do with this. This is what he was brought here for. Defensive-minded head coach. He's got to oversee everything right now. We know that. But defense, I think we're going to see what's new, what's different, what's better, who's invigorated by this guy, how he entrusts the guys on the field to get it done, and how he impacts that scheme and things they do. And I think it's very intriguing to see how that is all going to play out.
Ravens have one more mandatory mini camp before taking a break, and then training camp end of July. Here's Minter on his message to the team.
And so gratitude for them and the kind of the work that we put in, the attendance that we've had, and then simply just a continuation of what we've been trying to accomplish, where we're trying to go, the standards that we're trying to create and uphold every day that'll allow us to reach the ultimate goals that we have. At the end of the day, it becomes a very day-to-day operation of just trying to get a little bit better every day, trying to focus on the things that impact winning at a high level. The guys have done a great job. I think they've really taken to what we're trying to get across. And so just love the work that the guys have put in, and really appreciative of the effort of both the players and the coaches.
I've been very impressed with Jesse Minter since he was hired following the season. And Minter, in his introductory press conference, Steve, he kept bringing up the date April 6th. And that was the start of the off-season workout program. You get an extra couple weeks with a rookie head coach. And it seems like the team has really bought in. And Lamar Jackson being atop the list, because that's obviously been a talking point. Him not being at OTAs in years past. He was at pretty much all of them. He was there for pretty much all of the off-season workouts. And the attendance has been strong. I think the team is motivated coming off a year in which they were humbled and they weren't even close to meeting expectations, missing the playoffs.
I equate it to Craig Albert as being a first-year manager and having to get to know his players. When they went to spring training, he already knew them. He spent a lot of time on the phone, one-on-one, long phone calls, and there was a little bit in person getting to know you, Birdland Caravan. And then when they hit the ground for what would be the Ravens equivalent training camp, spring training, he felt like he was firmly in charge, and he seemed very comfortable in that role. And he's continued to see that. Now, the good vibes that there were, all the chemistry and all the things they talked about in Florida, some of that washed away when they started to lose games. So, and that's where maybe they got it back because they had that. So I think Minter is building that now. Obviously, these are in-person coaching and visits he can have with his team. And they're very, very valuable because they got to hit the ground and be ready to win in late July when they get back on that field. It's not so much about getting to know you anymore, installing new stuff. It's about the process of winning. And so I think right now you got to give them high grades, but they haven't played a game yet.
Let's grab a couple quick calls real quick. 410-583-1057. Ed is in Towson. Ed, you're on the Fan.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I heard guys talking about the Rashad Bateman thing, and I come from a different perspective, having coached guys that still got two guys playing in the pros, and I ain't coached in a minute. One play told me what I need to know about him, and I know guys got stats and all that kind of stuff. One play is all I needed to see. I've never had a player in my life do this. Last year, I can't remember what team we played against. And this is why Lamar, he may not be Lamar's first choice. One play, he gave up on the play. And everybody knows what we're talking about. Now, does that mean you throw the baby out with the bathwater? No, but that tells me a lot about who you are. I'm not saying he's not a good person, whatever, yada, yada. But if you're Lamar Jackson and you got 300-pound guys trying to take your head off and you toss it down the field and you give up on the play, that tells me what I need to know about you. And we can say what we want about Rashad Bateman. If he were playing for Andy Reid, he probably wouldn't be here this year because I've got to have coach guys that played for Andy, and, those kind of things matter. So I hope he has a good year. I hope that, they do what they need to do. But you gave up on a play, and that's the only thing I remember.
Oh,
take care, guys.
Thanks for the call, Ed. One more real quick. Christopher's in Columbia. Christopher, you're on the Fan.
Oh, yeah. Hi. Yeah. This is a good segue to my call. Before I even get there, I'll address. I remember Isaiah Likely before what's his name? Andrew got injured. Remember how his body language was with Lamar Jackson? People kept saying that they're not on the same page. But when would you say that if Mark Andrews hadn't gotten injured and Isaiah Likely hadn't gotten an opportunity to excel, would you now be able to say that Isaiah Likely is the kind of player, or have seen Isaiah Likely to be the kind of player that he was if he hadn't had that opportunity? But anyway, my segue into this is also, is that Rashad Bateman, whenever he plays with Lamar Jackson, doesn't have, they're not on the same page, really. But then again, you compare it to last year. Well, last year, Lamar Jackson only played 2 or 3 games. Most of the quarterbacking was done by Cooper Rush. So if you're going to compare that to and use that as a benchmark, you can't then say that Rashad Bateman's numbers are really good.
But Lamar played 13 games. That wasn't Cooper Rush only started a couple games.
Okay. And the offensive line, the thing is, he doesn't work well when the offensive line doesn't give the quarterback time to throw, because this is a different type of receiver than
sure, and I'll grant you that, Christopher. We got to hit a break. Yes, did the O-line play into it some last year? Did Lamar Jackson play into it some last year? But it wasn't just a last year issue with Rashad Bateman. Last year was his 5th year in the NFL, not his 2nd or 3rd year in the NFL. Well, we're getting back into the Orioles on the other side. Blaze Alexander, he's on a really, really hot stretch. How would we compare the impact that he's had to some other utility players that the Orioles have had recently, like a Ramon Urias and a Jorge Mateo? We'll tell you next.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch! You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
For 80 years, Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for, making a difference in their communities. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hey Birdland, the biggest soccer event of the summer is almost here and the crossover kit is back.
Hit the yard on Saturday, June 13th, as the Orioles host the San Diego Padres at 4:05. Be one of 15,000 fans to receive an Orioles soccer jersey presented by Point Breeze Credit Union. Don't miss out on scoring this must-have soccer jersey or rooting on the red, white, and blue in your Baltimore Orioles all summer long. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece ham-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
If your air conditioner never seems to turn off, worn-out windows could be the culprit. Upgrade yours now during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows and getting half of them for free. Plus, you can get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Save big with Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale going on now. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com. Window Nation, proud partner of the Wounded Warrior Project.
This is BJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway before Dulaney Valley Road. The accident's on the right side. It's backed up to Hartford Road. Inner loop of the Beltway at Perring Parkway. There's a crash on the left side. There's delays from Charles Street and 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to I-95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound, that's heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
See if Blaze can keep it going. Blaze to the left side and through. That's a base hit. Tavares will score, and Holiday held at third as Blaze Alexander reaches base for a third time. Colton Cowser was the hottest Oriole coming into the game. Blaze Alexander hot on his heels. It's 6-3.
Kevin Brown on the call, courtesy of Masson. That play occurred last night. Multi-hit game for Blaze, 2 for 3. But this recent stretch, Steve, you can go back to May 1st now. Span of 31 games. He's batting .372 with a .963 OPS. And then when you look at his Baseball Savant page, this isn't like a big imposing thumper, you'd think, Steve, but he's in the 92nd percentile in exit velocity, 81st percentile in hard hit percentage, and the 98th percentile in expected batting average. And when this trade initially happened in the offseason, Steve, of course, the hot button topic throughout the offseason was, oh my gosh, this bullpen, it's going to be a mess. And Cade Stroud was seen as a piece that was going to be in this pen, and you kind of raise your eyebrows a bit. But Blaze Alexander has been really, really good for the Orioles.
He's kind of a breath of fresh air guy. I mean, he brings a lot of energy and enthusiasm to the clubhouse. You see it, he brings it to the field. He's a high energy guy. And he loves to, as the players say, grind at bats. I asked him before the game yesterday, if in your preference, everybody wants to get a hit, doesn't matter what pitch it's on, first, second, 10th, whatever. But when you have those long at-bats with pitchers, as he had a couple this weekend, and you win that at-bat, you spoil some good pitches, you foul off some good pitches, you spit on a couple close ones, then you drill one to right center for a double. He goes, that's everything. He said that's the best. That's the absolute best. Because he says it gets a dugout going. You just took 10 pitches out of that pitcher's arm for that game. And that is really what he thrives on. And he feels like he's good at grinding those at-bats, making a pitcher work. And what a great addition. We started so poorly for him. It really didn't look good. And even his defense at times, he wasn't playing all that great. But he seems to have turned his entire game around.
Absolutely. And Blaze at points this season has played second, third, short, left, center, right. So you want to talk about a super utility player, and a couple of guys that the Orioles have very recently had, Ramon Urias, who could play all across the infield. And Ramon was a Gold Glover. Ramon had a ton of clutch hits. Jorge Mateo was someone that could play a little bit of outfield as well. But Blaze is still such a young player, Steve. He's only played 191 games in his MLB career, and this is someone that is under club control through the 2030 season. He's not even arbitration eligible till 2028. I think his upside is pretty exciting.
It is. His fielding metrics are mixed, but his arm strength is above average, and his sprint speed is really good there too. So he's bringing a lot of things. He's bringing some defense. He's bringing some speed. He's bringing some offense. When he got traded over here, was from Arizona, I believe, right?
Yes.
And so it felt there were some fans unhappy in Arizona. And I thought, really? I mean, he was kind of a part-time guy. Didn't have that great of stats. But you can see what they saw now. We're seeing it, the energy, the enthusiasm. He's a great guy to have on the team. He is... For media, I think he's wonderful. He's always available to us, and he had some real insight. He's good at guy to interview. And he told me he thought his slow start was mostly due about the newness of it all. He said, not only getting to know my new teammates, I didn't know my new housing and where I'm living and where am I going to go, where I like to go out to eat, and just everything was new to him. And he felt that it was a getting to know you process that is now complete.
And Blaze, just even little things in terms of base running value, really good as well. Someone that can lay down a bunt. I know he had the one over the weekend that wasn't far enough, but him and Taveras have gone a long way in adding small ball element to this offense as well.
You got to have it. You got to have some of that. And, those that say don't bunt, they're not right. There are times you should bunt. There are times it can be productive. You don't always look at the run expectancy charts and say, I'm not dropping a bunt here, because sometimes that's exactly what you need to do to unlock a run or two.
Rock Kabako covers the O's for Mass, and he's going to be joining us at the top of the hour. But coming up next, we're going to get back into Trey Gibson's outing from last night. Was that a little too much of a quick hook for Trey Gibson? And with Chris Bassett on the 15-day IL, you'd expect Gibson to get a couple more starts. What will that look like? We'll tell you next.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 1-888-PETRO02.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Play the Big Spin Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $50,000 instantly. Or a chance to spin the Big Spin Wheel for up to $250,000. Pick one up today at your favorite lottery retailer. Please play responsibly.
what if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has greenlighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Pro USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-315-5222. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Pro USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-315-5222. 800-315-5222. That's 800-315-5222.
Hey, it's Bob Haynie here. Fellas, it's playoff basketball season, and this is not the time to come off the bench unprepared. When the game's on the line, you want confidence, you want energy, and you want to know you can finish strong in the fourth quarter. That's why I've been telling you about Blue Chew, and now they've got something new. It's Blue Chew Gold. This stuff works fast, like 15 minutes fast, and it's built to help you bring playoff-level performance when it matters most. It combines 2 proven ingredients for circulation plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection from the inside out. So instead of hoping your shots fall late in the game, you're showing up ready to attack the rim from the opening tip. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. Don't wait till crunch time to figure it out. Be ready when the ball's in your hands and dunk from the foul line with Blue Chew Gold.
Surfside iced tea and lemonade with vodka. Light, refreshing, 100 calories, no bubbles. Pairs perfectly with cheering on your O's. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway before Dulaney Valley Road. Still have an accident on the right side. It's backed up to Hartford Road. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 in Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. In Hartford County, 95 northbound at Mountain Road clearing an accident. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Anthony Nunez is in the midst of a tough stretch as he has allowed 17 earned runs over his last 19 innings. Manager Craig Albernaz talked about Nunez's recent performances.
Inconsistent right now. I think tonight's outing in particular, where he walks the first hitter, yes, gives up the big blow, but then after that, like he just showed who he's capable of, and that's the roller coaster we have to ride with young pitchers.
The O's look to end a 3-game slide tonight against the Mariners. Trevor Rogers will start opposite Logan Gilbert. Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haynie and Mike Bordick. Gets underway at 5:30, live from Pickles Pub. The Stanley Cup Final rolls on tonight from Las Vegas. The Golden Knights won Game 4, 5-4 in double overtime to take a 2-1 series lead. Puck drop is set for 8. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the upper 70s with an overnight low of 67. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 89. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
With Gibson, it was like we talked about. We knew the pitching on their side, and we knew runs were going to be at a premium. Gibson was falling behind guys inning before. He fell behind every single hitter he faced. He was giving up some loud contact as well. And that inning where they tied the game up and it kept going and got to Julio. And I decided that we needed to stop the game there to give ourselves a chance.
That was manager Craig Albernaz following the Orioles' 6-3 loss to the Mariners last night. And that was him explaining his decision to pull Trey Gibson after just 68 pitches, Steve. And Julio Rodriguez was up next, and he went to Anthony Nunez, and Nunez ended up walking Julio Rodriguez on 5 pitches. And then, of course, Josh Naylor hit the grand slam, which ended up being the decisive moment of last night's game. But Gibson, for me, and we talked to Bordy about this at 3, and I'm with Bordy, where it's not dominant stuff. It's not stuff that's really going to overwhelm opposing hitters, but I still feel like he's more than held his own through 3 starts and 1 relief appearance, where he's been confident. He's been poised on the mound, and most importantly, he's kept the Orioles in the game every single time he's pitched.
The poise has been big, and again, you couldn't know that. How would he hold up in the rigors of the major leagues? How would he look on the mound at Yankee Stadium in his major league debut? And he looked fine. He looked relaxed. Maybe everything was bubbling on the inside, but he did look poised and composed. So that, for me, was big, Tim. Here's something that's just so strange right now. So this guy in the minors was a big strikeout guy. Last year, 3 levels. He started at Delmarva, and he started at Aberdeen, and he ended at Norfolk. 12.6 K per 9. 2.6 K per 9 in the major leagues in his first 17 innings. 2.6. He struck out 5 batters in 17 innings. We touched on this earlier. Now, last night, his whiff rate on his pitches, which is different than a K rate, was about the same as Emerson Hancock, who's a much more experienced, accomplished pitcher. So I think the strikeouts will come for Trey Gibson. And I want to find out from him why we're not seeing the death ball a lot and we're not seeing it be good a lot. Maybe he's just not feeling good with that pitch right now. He threw some sliders last night, and I believe that's what StatCast would characterize that pitch as. I mean, Trey, I think, characterizes himself having like 6 or 7 pitches. He has variations on his variations. I mean, he's just got a lot he can go to. So I think there's a higher gear he can get to, and I hope his manager lets him do it. It was a quick hook last night. I get the reasoning that Albernaz gave. It made all the sense in the world. But the but part is you went to a reliever who's been struggling, and he didn't stop the bleeding. So what you wanted to get done, you did not get done. And what we don't know is would Trey Gibson have gotten that done had he had the chance?
Yeah, it's certainly magnified because him going to Nunez, it was worst case scenario. He gave up a grand slam, and of course 2 of those runs being inherited by Trey Gibson. But it's sort of been starts and stops for him in terms of his appearances with the Orioles, which isn't surprising per se, Steve, because prior to the year, and you're seeing Gibson in some of these top prospect rankings, and you thought it was going to be more the second half of the season. He ended up making his debut May 3rd at Yankee Stadium, but with Chris Bassett on the 15-day IL and Craig Albernaz saying yesterday that the club's getting a second opinion on Bassett. Say this all the time, Steve. The only reason you get a second opinion is because you didn't like the first opinion. So that isn't a great sign. And Albernaz saying it's too soon to know right now if Bassett's going to be back after the minimum 15 days. So this certainly opens up a spot for Trey Gibson to have multiple starts.
It does. And I mean, I thought the big 3 arms that I really liked at AAA to begin the year, Gibson, Wells, and Herman, we'd see all 3 of them. In the big leagues, Levi Wells is injured. He's out right now. And Herman is still active. So I think he's got a chance to make it. So Gibson right now, he might have a big runway here.
Yeah.
I mean, if Chris Bassett has to go longer than 15 days, and if it's something much more significant than that, we hope not, and there's no indication it is, but we just don't know right now. So the Orioles are, like with injuries, don't tell us a lot, so we don't have a lot of insight here. And some of that is they don't know themselves yet. So until he gets the second consultation, whatever, how they want to refer it, maybe we'll know more then. Chris Bassett was in the clubhouse yesterday, but he didn't do any interviews. I don't think anybody, he was just briefly in there. So we'll see how this is going to play out. Trey Gibson's got a shot here. He's the 2025 minor league pitcher of the year. I'm a big believer in this kid. I see a top 100 prospect. I don't see overwhelming velocity like Grayson Rodriguez showed us or some of the tools that some others have showed us, but the whole package to me, Tim, is major league quality, and I think he's starting to show us glimpses of it.
We also got injury updates yesterday on Dean Kramer. Some multiple positive news here. Kramer scheduled to throw a live batting practice session later this week, so that moves him closer to a rehab assignment. Kramer, he's on the 60-day IL. June 19th is that date. Obviously, Kramer's going to need multiple starts because he's been out a while. And Cade Povich is scheduled to start throwing bullpen sessions this week as well. So some positive news on some injured starters.
Yeah, good. You're going to need them all over 6 months of baseball. So hopefully there's injury news. It keeps coming positive.
Coming up next, we're going to preview Game 2 of a 4-game series. Orioles, Mariners, 6:35 first pitch, 5:30 Baltimore baseball tonight. Bob Haynie, Mike Bordick, live from Pickles Pub. The Orioles lineup is out, and a couple of glaring guys that are glaring open spots in the lineup. Guys not in it. We will tell you who's missing, and also Trevor Rogers, preview his start next.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We recap the Stanley Cup Final and preview the NBA Finals, and we'll get into the Orioles-Mariners Game 3.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
With their backs against the wall, the Spurs responded on the road in Madison Square Garden, beating the Knicks 115-111, and have begun to dig their way out of their 0-2 hole, ending New York's 13-game playoff win streak. For the first time since 1993, the road team has won the first 3 games of the NBA Finals. Game 4 is Wednesday night in New York. The Knicks are 2.5-point favorites. I'm Adam Abdallah.
.105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. USPS, official shipping sponsor of the NHL.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Attorney Aaron Snyder here. Injured in an accident? Call Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg, 1-800-INJURED. Hi, this is Attorney Aaron Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit COSECLaw.com, the people's choice.
The world is chasing goals this summer. But at Planet Fitness, we're talking about a different kind of goal. Reaching your fitness goal! With With the Planet Fitness Black Card, you can work out at over 2,900 locations and bring a friend anytime. Get a Black Card membership for $1 down and just $29.99 a month. So join Planet Fitness today and reach your fitness goal!
Get your vehicle summer ready at your local AAA Tire and Auto Service. Save $50 on an air conditioning recharge. Offer includes a free electronic multi-point inspection of your vehicle. Terms apply. See store for details. Offer ends June 30th.
For all 105.7 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 1057thefan.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. USPS, official shipping sponsor of the NHL.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
US 50 westbound at I-97, clearing some debris from the right side. Use caution there. Inner loop of the Beltway at Reisterstown Road, there's an accident. Outer loop of the Beltway before Dulaney Valley Road, clear to crash there from the right side. All lanes open, but still heavy. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound still heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles lineup is out. Taylor Ward leading off. He is DHing tonight. Gunnar Henderson at shortstop batting second. Pete Alonso at first base batting third. Colton Cowser batting cleanup again in left field. Leody Taveras back in center field tonight batting fifth. Kobe Mayo at third base batting sixth. Jackson Holliday second base batting seventh. Tyler O'Neill in right field batting eighth. Sam Huff at catcher again, Steve, batting ninth. So for the second straight day, no Samuel Basayo and no Adley Rutschman in the starting lineup.
Yes, that is strange, of course. So I'm not sure if the media had the lineup. I don't think they did when they talked to the manager, so they couldn't obviously ask him about Adley not playing because they didn't know Adley was not playing. And so maybe we're going to hear something in the postgame, knock on wood, that it's not, there's something physical going on. They told us about the bony situation in the left wrist of Basayo, so he's dealing with that. And Tim, this lineup doesn't have a lot of history and not good history against Logan Gilbert. Pete Alonso's just 1 for 6. Gunnar Henderson is just 1 for 8. Rutschman, were he in there, was 0 for 8. Mayo's 1 for 8. Tavares is 2 for 17. About the only Oriole with any numbers playing tonight against Logan Gilbert is Ward, 6 for 22. That's 273.
So Samuel Basayo, he had that at-bat in the 8th inning last night, took it for a ride. It looked like, and Craig Albertaz said after the game as well, it looked like it had a chance to get out, ended up landing just short of the warning track. So you would think that we're going to get an update from Craig Albertaz on the catching tandem after the game, but hopefully nothing serious. And with Adley Rutschman, the Orioles, and Craig Albertaz has talked about it throughout the season, they have been more cognizant this year of giving him more off days to try and get him through this 162-game schedule. He already had the one minimum stay on the IL back in April, but Adley's had a great year. Sam's had a great year, so hopefully both of them, nothing serious.
Well, very clear. Albertaz is managing for the full go here, 162 games, and is being careful and cautious at times with some players. Whether that's what this is or it's something else, we're going to find out. It is strange that they're both not in the lineup, because one of the quotes I saw in Rock's article after the manager's comments today was, when we're at our best, those two are in our lineup. So, I mean, clearly he acknowledges it just like the rest of us do, but they're not in there.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Steve, Logan Gilbert, he's having a really solid season. He's got an ERA of a .94 away from Seattle, 3.79 on the season. He's allowed 3 runs or fewer in 10 outings. But all eyes are going to be on Trevor Rogers tonight, Steve, because the Orioles, they need to snap this 3-game skid, get back in the right direction. They've fallen to 5 games below 500. Don't want to see this losing streak extend to 4. Rogers going up against the Mariners team that is 29th in OPS against left-handed pitching. The OPS is just 626, which is not good at all. Rogers coming off a start in which he only gave up 1 earned run in 5 2/3 innings. Hopefully we see Rogers take another step forward tonight.
Well, I think he turned a corner in the last start, and I think he has for a couple starts now. And so expecting good things tonight. The Orioles need it. They've lost 3 in a row. Need to get back in the win column. They've been pretty good at home here, 10-5 since May 10th. Opened to season 9-11. They've also, strangely enough, been really good against the Mariners in recent years. Even in losing last night, the Orioles are 13-6 against Seattle. That's a .684 winning percentage in their last 19 games since 2023.
And this lineup, hopefully they can come through in big-time spots, because they've been coming up small with runners in scoring position in this 3-game stretch. They're just 3 for 20 with runners in scoring position. Last night especially bad, 1 for 9, where you had 2 bases-loaded situations, Steve, with 1 out, and the Orioles only scored 1 run between those 2 instances.
I mean, the runners in scoring position stats, it seems to really tell the tale this year, man. If they have a 4 for 9 night, they probably scored 5 runs. If they have a 1 for 9 night, they probably scored 2 or 3. It's been just a telling stat for this team this year. And I mean, I just need to see Gunnar get going. I mean, we're 60 some games in.
Yeah.
He hasn't had that torrid stretch, which he can have. He just hasn't had it. And so I'm not sure what all is wrong there, why he cannot lock in, but so far he hasn't.
It's been shocking, Steve, because Gunnar we know what he can be. And even last year in his air quotes down year, he still had a WAR of over 5 and was still a very productive ball player. And heck, his defense, the final 90 games of that season, I think he only had 1 error. We saw him have a critical error in that game Sunday. I just don't know what to make of what's going on with him because, gosh, he's got an OPS sub 700 this deep, or 706 this deep in the season.
I mean, is this team hitting or are they not hitting? That for 18 straight games, they averaged 5.72 runs per game. That's prolific offense. They scored 103 runs in an 18-game stretch. Now, in the last 3 games, they've scored 11 runs. And as you said, 3 for 20 with runners in scoring position. So 3 games is nothing compared to, I'll take the 18-game sample, but they got to get it back. This is a tough team to get it back against, though.
Because their starters are great, and the bullpen has been even better than the starters this season as well. Coming up at 5:15, Steve Molesky is a super fan of the Vegas Golden Knights, who have a 2-1 lead in the Stanley Cup Final. We will talk
the craziest
to Steve
Stanley
about
Cup Final in history, some hockey observers are saying.
And we'll get into that at 5:15. But coming up next, Rock Kabako, who covers the O's for Masson Sports, he'll be joining us. Rock, of course, he's at Camden Yards. What does he make of Samuel Desayo and Adley Rutschman not being in the starting lineup for a second straight day? He'll tell us next.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Taking a look at the pro football futures market in the AFC West, Kansas City the favorite at plus 180, followed by LA plus 185 and Denver plus 200. And I like Kansas City to bounce back in a big way and win this division. Love their signing of a cornerback who they traded a couple years ago. I think the Chiefs are loaded and win the division. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Your hometown store is still your hometown store, just a new name. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Grand opening savings and reliable service. Come experience the next chapter at BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs.
no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece hand-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion this summer. On July 21st, it's Death Cab for Cutie with Japanese breakfast. Country star Thomas Rhett stops by on August 13th. Then rock out with a Bray and Dashboard Confessional on August 14th. And Grammy Award-winning artist Brandy Carlisle takes the main stage as she headlines the All Things Go Music Festival on September 27th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at merriweathermusic.com. That's merriweathermusic.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit baltimoregolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
A few seats still remain for the Black Crows and Whiskey Myers Southern Hospitality Tour, coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion on June 16th, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Orioles are 3 for 20 with runners in scoring position during their 3-game losing streak. Manager Craig Albernaz spoke about the team struggling to deliver enough big hits over this stretch.
You're proud of how they fought. And because every opportunity, like we talked about pregame, like the blows, like we could have easily, our guys could have folded, but they kept on fighting and giving themselves opportunity. It's just that big knock just eluded us.
Trevor Rogers will take the ball tonight in Game 2 of a 4-game series against the Mariners. Last time out versus the Red Sox, Rogers threw 5 2/3 innings of 1-run ball. Seattle will start Logan Gilbert. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haney and Mike Bordick gets underway at 5:30 live from Pickles Pub. The Stanley Cup final rolls on tonight from Las Vegas. The Golden Knights won Game 4 5-4 in double overtime to take a 2-1 series lead. Puck drop is set for 8. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the upper 70s with an overnight low of 67. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 89. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles really in need of a bounce-back performance tonight. They have lost 3 straight games, and tonight marks Game 2 of a 4-game series between the Mariners. Really frustrating loss to the M's, 6-3 on Monday. But joining us now, heading out to Camden Yards, he is Rock Kabako, who covers the O's for Masson. And Rock, obviously, when the starting lineup comes out and we don't see Adley Rutschman's name or Samuel Basayo's name in it for a second straight day, it begs the question, what's going on there?
And we're begging for an answer. We haven't got one yet. It's funny because after we were done with Craig Albernaz's pregame session, the cameras are off, the recorder's off, and I said, hey, because we hadn't seen the lineup yet. I said, is Rutschman playing tonight? Or is he in the lineup? And he kind of paused and smiled and said he is not in the lineup. So I think post-game we'll find out more. I don't think there's anything serious, but I'll let him explain it afterward. I think they want to get him a few days off his feet. But with Basayo, he did pinch hit last night and he caught. Pinch hit in the 8th inning, caught in the 9th. He took BP earlier today. Albernaz was pitching to him, and he was hitting rockets, like deep home runs, and yet he's not in the lineup. I know he's got a little bit of soreness in that left wrist, we found out, and he found out he has a bony growth, and that's nothing that's like going to require surgery, and it's not constant discomfort, but it can flare up on him. So this is a pretty good reason why they're carrying 3 catchers right now, I think. And Albernaz was asked about that. Is this like a temporary thing, or could you do that for a while? And he said everything's on the table, but it's not necessarily a temporary because, they do prefer having Rutschman and Basayo in the same lineup, and Huff provides some coverage there, some insurance. But in this case, the guys need it because somebody's got to catch.
Certainly interesting seeing for the second day in a row, neither of the Basayo or Rutschman in the lineup. And I'm wondering, Rock, maybe there's some speculation here, this is my own, that they have Huff if they have him for a limited time and they're going to send him back, which, as you said today, they haven't confirmed that either. Maybe they want to get maximum use to get a little blow for these guys while they can. But even with that, they could have had one as DH.
Exactly, which interestingly is Taylor Ward tonight. So, and again, when we don't see the lineup before we meet with the manager, that eliminates the chances to ask these questions pregame. But, they also are coming off the turf in Toronto. And Steve, for many years you've covered the team, and usually it's outfielders, but still, there are guys that get a little bit sore from that hard surface. It's unforgiving. And there'll be times where they come back from that trip and suddenly somebody's out of lineup for a day or two. So we'll see about tomorrow. But I think with Rutschman, again, I don't think this is anything serious. But if you do have that luxury of having the third catcher, this is the time then you said you can use him to kind of give the other guys some rest because we still have a long season ahead of us here. But, yeah, especially when you've lost 3 in a row, you can't say, well, they're setting out their best lineup. No offense to Sam Huff. Also Hall of Fame NFL linebacker. But, you're probably, it's a better lineup. Obviously, you can't argue it when Rutschman and Basayo are both in it.
Rock, what have you made of Craig Albernaz's comments about Samuel Basayo, saying he needs to learn to play through being nicked up, learning to play through adversity? What did you think of those comments over the past couple of days?
I thought it was refreshingly honest. I'll take that because, it caught me a little bit by surprise, but he's not wrong. And then, of course, I don't think it was until yesterday that they found out about that growth in the wrist. But there have been some other examples with Basayo where he's, was scratched from the lineup or, spring training, it looked like he had suffered a bad, maybe oblique injury on the tag play, and it ended up that he was fine, but he was definitely in some pain at the time. And, there have been a couple other instances, and of course with the tag play and the wrist. And I think he just said that's one of the things where, the learning experience as a kid, learning to play in the majors, and he's still very young while he's doing it, is figuring out when you can push yourself through some discomfort and when you're actually hurt and need to come out. But yeah, obviously when he said that, it opened some eyes like, oh, is he calling him out? And I think it was just being honest that is part of the thing you have to learn. And in the minor leagues, you don't really get that kind of experience anymore, as he pointed out. They don't play on Mondays, and don't they have like 6-game trips now? So you're not doing as much travel. You stay in one city for like 6 days or whatever it is. So it's not quite the grind that it used to be where guys learn how to push through that, especially in the upper levels. But, now we know about the risk. That's something they're going to be keeping an eye on. But, yeah, I thought it was just refreshingly honest.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I thought he made a great point about the minor leagues, which the minor leagues work to do this. They work to give a day off and less travel, and that makes the rigors much less than they were even 5 or 10 years ago. Very interesting point. But, Rock, getting back to some injured situations here, Ryan Helsley throwing a live bullpen. Sounds like Dean Kramer's progressing pretty well. We haven't heard much about Dylan Beavers. And I know you're just guessing here because the Orioles do not give timetables, as we know. But when might we see those three, Helsley, Kramer, Beavers?
I mean, it's still going to be a while simply because they haven't even started rehab assignments yet. And there's no way that, for example, Kramer, there's no way that's going to be a short assignment when he's got to be stretched out. And he's only made 2 starts this year for the Orioles. And I believe the last one was, April 18th maybe or something. So, I mean, it's been a while, but he is throwing live BP. So that's like the next step. But you have to have a couple of those sessions. Like Helsley said, it went really well yesterday. He faced hitters on the field before batting practice, but he's going to need to do a couple more of those. And then you got to go on a rehab assignment, and you got to, pitch, let's say, every other day. Then you got to prove to them that you can pitch back-to-back nights. That's another box you check off. So this is a whole process, and it's going to be that way certainly with Kramer being a starter. And I think the last update we got with Beavers is that he was at least hitting in the cage, which doesn't maybe sound like much, but we're talking an oblique injury, and those things are never short. They're never day-to-day. So the fact that he's swinging a bat right now is probably cause for celebration, but he, too, is eventually going to have to go on an assignment and get an X number of at-bats. So it's still going to be a while before we see those guys.
We're speaking to Rock Kabako, who covers the O's from Mass, and it's Inside Access on the Fan. Rock, what did you think of Trey Gibson's outing last night and just your expectations for him moving forward, at least staying in the rotation during Bassett's absence?
Yeah, I feel like he's got to at this point. Obviously they can tweak the rotation a little when they finally have another off day, but he's kind of got the same opportunity that Brandon Young had, and Young, of course, has just run with it. And I thought Gibson, I thought he looked good. I was a little surprised he came out after only 68 pitches, but I think Alvarez saw that maybe some of the harder contact that he was starting to give up and knew that runs were going to be at a premium, couldn't afford to give up any more, and he felt good about going to his bullpen at that time. But I think in the perfect world, you'd kind of like to see him get pushed a little more. I think he's composed. He's getting ground balls. The interesting thing to me is he was a strikeout guy. Steve, you could speak to this for sure, somebody who's all over the minors. But didn't he have good strikeout numbers like in AA and AAA? And here, I think he struck out like 5 guys in 17 innings, whatever it is. Is there really that much of a gap between the minors and majors? Is there something else going on there?
We talked about that a couple times on the show today, and for me, I don't see the death ball. I want to ask him next chance I get why the slider hasn't been used much, and particularly the death ball that was a big strikeout pitch for him on the farm. But yeah, big strikeout guy in the minors, not so much in the majors. And so, Rock, Tommy Pham has an opt-out coming up in a couple days. He hit a grand slam at AAA, but we know overall he's not hitting much. Is there room at the inn here? Are they going to try to find a way to get him on?
I mean, you would think without Beavers here that might be an opening, but also if they're going to carry 3 catchers, and we don't know, again, how long it's going to be, but that seems to affect, being able to carry him. So, and he really hasn't been hitting other than the grand slam. So what they would love to have happen is for Pham to just ignore the opt-out, stay down there, and eventually we'll probably see him. But it may be too soon by that opt-out date to have that happen. And then you have to, I guess it depends on whether he's got any interest. His agent obviously is going to be checking on that. But to really, at this point, I don't know where you would go ahead and put him unless you decide to go back down to 2 catchers. I don't think there's an infielder coming off. They've already lost, Weston Wilson's not on the active roster. We don't know what's actually going to end up happening with him, but he could stay in the organization if he goes unclaimed or whatever. But I don't know right now that there is that spot, especially with Sam Huff on the roster.
Last thing for you, Rock. We were talking about Blaze Alexander earlier in the show. Just how impressed have you been with him during this stretch? He's got an OPS of well over 900 since May 1st.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pleasant surprise. He's one of those guys, and there are some others, Jeremiah Jackson early on and Leody Taveras, that pressed into more duty than we thought they were going to be. early on. He was like, I remember when they went ahead and announced that they had traded for him, I thought we didn't even know if they had room for utility guy on that roster initially before spring training. So where are you going to carry one? Well, then, of course, Jordan Westberg, Jackson Holiday are lost in camp. And it's like, oh, well, you do have room now. But, it was kind of curious that they even brought in a utility guy at that time. Then we thought, well, he's that maybe last guy coming off the bench that you can move around. And instead, he really started hitting in May, and it's continued, and he's played, I think, at least 6 different positions for them. So he has been incredibly valuable for this club, and I don't know if we knew he was going to be used as much as he was. Plus, he is going to go down already as one of the best clubhouse guys that the media's ever dealt with. Like, he became a favorite immediately, and I know Diamondback writers are like, oh, man, no offense to Kate Stroud, but we really didn't come out well on this end of the trade as far as just a go-to guy. And even today, he ran into an out, cost them a run at home plate last night, and I went up to him, and he was like, absolutely sure, come on, let's talk about it. Just great guy, and somebody that younger players, even though not that he's a grizzled veteran, but could kind of watch and try to emulate. But he really has, I thought the value mainly was going to be him playing all these different positions, but he's actually ended up hitting the ball a lot better than I was anticipating.
He's Rock Kabako, covers the O's for Masson. Rock, thanks so much as always, man. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
We got one more break to go before we hand it over to Bob Haynie and Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick live from Pickles Pub at 5:30, previewing O's Mariners, Game 2 of a 4-game series. But we got to get Steve's thoughts heading into Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. His beloved Vegas Golden Knights hosting the Hurricanes. That's next on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We recap the Stanley Cup Final and preview the NBA Finals, and we'll get into the Orioles-Mariners Game 3.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Traffic is sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com. Box Hill, best crab cakes in Maryland.
For 80 years, Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for, making a difference in their communities. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in, ID verification, or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway before Liberty Road, clearing a disabled vehicle from the left side. Inner loop of the Beltway is heavy from York Road to Providence Road. And 83, the Jones Falls Expressway northbound at Ruxton Road, clearing a disabled vehicle out of the way. All lanes are now open. 95 southbound past the Baltimore-Washington Parkway, there's a crash. And 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from Route 2 Hanover Street to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Steve, you are Baltimore through and through. But your hockey team is the Vegas Golden Knights, who, of course, in the Stanley Cup final. And before we get to that, why are you a Vegas Golden Knights fan?
Here's what happened, Tim. I mean, I've been going to Vegas probably once a year for 25 years.
Wow.
Long time. I love going there. It always reinvents itself. It never disappoints. And so I love the place. So when they got an expansion team, I had interest. How were they going to do? They're going to get drilled here. They're an expansion team. They started 8-1. I'm like, what is going on? I started to read up on them, watch some highlights. Then that year, their first year, I went to a game in December. It was against Tampa Bay. The big bad Lightning are in town. It was billed around on the NHL as these upstarts will find out what it's like to play the big boys tonight. And so I went to the game with a friend of mine who works out there. Vegas got dominated early. Half the game, they were losing 2-0. They tied it at 2. They actually went ahead 3-2. They tied 3-3 with 3 seconds to go. Shea Theodore, the player who won the game the other night in the Stanley Cup final, scored. And they won the game with 3 seconds to go. 20,000 people were on their feet dancing, singing, Viva Las Vegas. And I looked around and I went, this is incredible. First of all, the pregame, the party pregame, the atmosphere in the arena, everything is electric. It's one of the best sports experiences I've ever had. So now every time I go back to Vegas, usually in December, I plan my trip around the hockey schedule. Got to get 1 game in, hope to get 2, maybe even 3. And I've been to probably 15 Golden Knights games. So I bought some gear. I'm a fan. I've even met some of the people with their team. The team president, Kerry Bubolt's not with them anymore, but I had a chance to get to know him. And so, I have a couple close friends who live out there, and they love it. And we keep in touch all year, texting about the Golden Knights.
Steve, as someone, before we get into the finals, as someone that has covered sports for a long time, just how crazy is it that there's teams in Vegas? You got the Raiders, you have the Golden Knights, the A's are going there. Like, it was so taboo
and here's
for so long.
Two things that make the Golden Knights the superstars in town. They were an expansion team. They call them Vegas born. They didn't steal their team. No one moved there. They were their team. The original misfits, they called them that first year. There's still 4 players on the team who are original misfits. They mean something to that town. When I go to Vegas now, I don't see Raiders jerseys, but I see Golden Knights jerseys everywhere. I've been to a Raiders game. It was nice. Nothing like Golden Knights. I don't think baseball will do great either because, again, the team moved there. But I think it'll do fine. But it's an incredible community of sports, man. The Final Four is going there. The college football championship game is there next year. It's sports crazy, and they love it, and they love the Golden Knights. Now, I hear the NHL people hate them. They're one of the most hated teams. I'm not sure I get all that. It's Carter Hart and all that situation, whatever. I don't get it all. I don't approve or disapprove any of that. I'm just saying that's I guess that's one reason. But for me going out there, and I did not expect to become a fan of the team, Tim. I just wanted to go to a game, see what it was like. I left that day and said, that's my team. I came home and I bought the NHL package.
Well, Game 4's tonight in Vegas, and the Golden Knights coming off a double overtime win over the Hurricanes. How do you see the rest of the Stanley Cup final?
I mean,
I
hope they've got the edge now. When you win Game 3, they said that that's 77% to win the whole thing if you break that 1-1 tie and win that game. I didn't think when they blew 4-0 lead, I didn't think they were going to win that in overtime, Tim. It was a miracle goal. That goalie played great for Carolina, the backup. But Vegas stuck one by him when it hit off the back of his skate, I guess.
Steve, always fun working with you. We'll be back together Friday, another Birdland Territory edition. Speaking of Birdland Territory, new episode dropped this morning. Check it out, YouTube, anywhere you get your podcast. But coming up next, Baltimore baseball tonight. The Bobster, Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick, live from Pickles Pub. Next.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. When you're hurt in an accident or facing injustice, I'll stand with you as your dedicated advocate and be a friend in your corner. Remember to call me, Justin, for justice at the Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Attention Bel Air. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air, and we are celebrating with our massive summer sales bash. Score hot summer deals on Ford F-150s, Explorers, Broncos, and more. Shop BobBelAirFord.com or call 410-318-3100 today.
This is the story of the one.